with us. Just a reminder for those who are just coming, we'll be starting at about 9:30. So we're craving your patience, please. Thank you.
26, 2003, a magnitude 8.3 earthquake occurred near the east coast of Honshu, Japan, taking a lot of tolls, lives and massive destruction. Haiti in 2010, a magnitude 7.0 earthquake struck near the capital, Port-au-Prince, on January 12, taking over 200,000 lives and 1.5 million people homeless. I go further. In 2011, Japan again, and this time it was the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant, creating tsunami and taking a lot of lives. Nepal had their fate in 2005. And in February 6, a magnitude 7.8, the southern Turkey near the northern border of Syria. This quake was followed approximately 9 hours later by a magnitude 7.5. We call that after effect. Located around 59 miles to the southwest. 1.5 million people homeless today, and the death toll is counting 50,000 and counting. Professor Colin Giles, the president of the University of Technology, Jamaica, honorable speakers, honorable guests, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Symposium Earthquake 2023. When we speak of earthquake, we immediately move to the word resilience. Resilience speaks to the ability to resist and recover in a timely manner. And that's what we are here today to discuss, our country resilience. It is the ability of the public infrastructure, our roads and retaining structure to withstand these events. The ability of our utilities and the list goes on. Recovery is compulsory. Can our public infrastructure return to normal? And what is that? But my friend, the entire essence of earthquake management lies within the country's resilience. I was watching the television on Sunday, looking at the election, and I listened carefully to the commentary. And most commentators said it's because of the earthquake that almost the president position. We couldn't get the majority. It's now going to a runoff because we entered into an election with about 1.6 million 59,000 deaths and recovery has started. Thank you for listening. I started off the intro to welcome you here for you all to see what we face. And I hope today's discussion and the lectures and all the presentations will lead us in that direction for us to look. Because currently in Jamaica, the public at large, when we at the university, we were studying and we noticed nobody is talking about resilience. The Jamaican people does not know the level or the scope of the resilience that will come after. Haiti again, we must remember, it is the low resilience that caused Haiti over so many years, no recovery. People's lives are not put together. Thank you. Now we go to the greetings. Professor Colin Giles, acting president of the University of Technology, Jamaica. Please, 1 minute. I'm being prompted. We'll now move into prayers. We have to invoke the presence of our Lord. Thank you. I will ask Dr. Marva Blanson to lead us in prayer. Dr. Blanson.
Let us pray. Omnipotent Father, we humbly stand here in your presence, gratefully acknowledging that our lives and the providence that brought us here this morning. It's all a part of your plan for us to be in this symposium. And to you, we are grateful. We thank you for the wealth of knowledge that is bestowed on Dr. Percival Stewart and the members who are actively participating in this symposium this morning. May their wisdom guide us in studying, in predicting, and in preparing for any earthquake and its associated devastation that may follow. We pray that their wisdom will also guide us in safeguarding and in preserving the environment. Also, we pray that our efforts here this morning is in alignment with your divine plan for this institution and by extension to our nation. Bless all those who participated in the preparation for this symposium. May you be with us throughout this day in our discussion. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Martha Blankson, for those prayers, and I hope the blessing will all be invoked on all of us today. And I think we really need it. We'll now stand for the national anthem. Some technical difficulties there. Please bear with us. Okay, please be seated. Okay, we're just. Please be seated. We'll now move in our greeting section, and I'll call to the podium Professor Colin Giles, Acting President of Youth, University of Technology, Jamaica, to bring us greetings. Professor Giles.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stewart, or very able Master of Ceremonies. I'd like to acknowledge those who are here with us in person, as well as those who are joining us online. The Honorable Desmond McKenzie, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Security. I'd like to recognize Mr. Omar Sweeney, Head of Jamaica Social Investment Fund. Professor Sean Thorpe, Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Computing. Mr. O'Neill Josephs, Head School of Engineering. Our keynote speaker, who is joining us online, Dr. Yasmin Didem Akhtas from the University College of London. Members of faculty and staff from UTech Jamaica, UWI, and other visiting universities. Members of the engineering fraternity, construction industry, and departments of government. I'd like to also specially recognize Mr. White, Mr. Noel White, former council member of the University of Technology, Jamaica, and well-known expert in the engineering field. Students, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, all a pleasant good morning to you. Let me hear that you're awake. Great, I know that you're very much with me. It is a pleasure for me to be here this morning, and I want to extend warm UTech Jamaica welcome to everyone on this very important occasion. I'd like to extend commendations to the team of organizers from the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, led by the Dean, Professor Sean Thorpe. And I want to say that this is a very timely initiative, especially at a time when we know, as it has always been, that earthquake is an ever-present natural threat. And we are just so grateful that we have been spared. Our last major earthquake was in 1907, when Kingston was destroyed. And also we had another major earthquake that virtually sank a major portion of Port Royal. That was back in 1692. And we are told by the ODPEM that based on Jamaica's geographical location, we are along what they describe as the northern margin of the Caribbean plate and along an active fault line, which makes our country vulnerable to earthquakes. But we have been spared for many years, and we must be very grateful. We take note of the fact that there are other countries that have recently had major earthquakes. We had the 7.8 magnitude earthquake that struck southern and central Turkey and northern and western Syria in February 6th of this year. We also note the death toll of some 5,900 in Turkey and some 8,476 in Syria. And of course, closer home, we remember the 7.0 earthquake that struck our Caribbean neighbor, Haiti, in January 2010, resulting in extensive human suffering and loss of life to the tune of, or to the number of about 250,000. I just want to thank the representatives from both Turkey and Haiti who are participating in today's symposium. And we welcome these discussions, which should form the basis for putting on the table best practices and to help us to develop resilience in our approach to preparing for such possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to the results of the discussions being documented and being made available so that others who do not have the benefit of participating in this symposium can be able to access the information later on. And I just want to thank Dr. Marva Blankson and those who are, and Dr. Stewart and others who have worked in putting this conference together, this symposium, and others from the civil engineering and computing and construction area in the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to you all having a good experience during this symposium, and I anticipate that you'll be more fortified and more aware and will be able to be good ambassadors to help others to take earthquake awareness and resiliency more seriously as we move forward and into the unknown, but at the same time, be in a position to do so with more confidence, knowing that although we do not have control over these elements, but with some proactiveness and prior preparation and awareness, we can mitigate the worst effects should such eventualities strike us. So I wish you all the best, and I wish you all a very enjoyable seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Giles. We all certainly hope after today we will be more enlightened and we can move forward, as you request, Professor, to help each other, because we as a nation have to learn to help each other, because when such peril comes, Professor, that's when you need your neighbor's help. And if your neighbor is not there for you, our local colloquially speaking, your supper. And we hope that does not happen in Jamaica, because we in Jamaica have never experienced such catastrophe. And it doesn't mean that we can't. Prof mentioned we have been spared. I like the word spared. And if that spirit could be spared in a long spirit, then we would be happy. But life doesn't go like that. We have to be prepared. Again, thank you, Professor Giles. Professor Shantop is the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, the faculty which puts on this conference. I'd like to welcome Professor Thorpe and our head of school, Mr. O'Neill Joseph, to follow shortly with their greetings. Professor Thorpe, please.
Thank you for your youthful exuberance, Dr. Stewart. It is always refreshing. A pleasant good morning to you all. Yes, and this particular symposium is very, very important, an opportunity not only to this university community, but I say the entire Caribbean region. In the preparation for this session, I made it known to the team that when I was following the outcomes of the 2010 earthquake in Haiti, there was the use of technology, to predict when Haiti would have had its next earthquake, seeing that it had several iterations over many years. You know what happened? In 2010, to the exact date of the earthquake, they had used data analytics, but it was 50 years out. In other words, the anticipation is that it would have been in 2060 and not 2010. Now that was eye-opening to me. And hence, in the context of a University of Technology, Jamaica, and please note, this is our 65th anniversary of CAS to UTech Jamaica. The context is very clear that as a technology institution, as a part of our core, in appreciating earthquakes from the perspective of the scientific method in civil engineering, and particularly structural engineering and building codes, I would like to understand from the practitioners among us all, how can we use the data about what exists in our systems today to inform and provide insights about where we are as a country, and I could probably extend it as a region to determine how that preparedness can be well informed in terms of building codes and structures, in particular from where I sit. I'm looking forward as your rapporteur for today's function to learn a lot by way of the sessions that are here. And what I would like to say in that context, we at the university here, and in particularly at the Faculty of Engineering and Computing, would like to explore the opportunities of some of the ongoing research that is now required to build out on opportunities like what this symposium provides. I must congratulate the team in civil engineering for doing such a fine job in putting together this symposium in such a short time. It wasn't a long time, it's a very short time based on the request. And I do look forward to the entertaining conversations, discussions, the question and answers that will come. And I am wishing us all a wonderful event for this, our inaugural symposium. And I use the word inaugural carefully because I'm going to be looking for a follow-on after today. Thank you so much. And all protocols observed, you know, for those who are here this morning. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you, Dean Thorpe. We'll now have our head of school, Mr. O'Neill Joseph, message.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Professor Jazz, Professor Thorpe, Mr. Sweeney, Mr. White, colleagues from GIE, students, members of the engineering fraternity, other respected guests, morning, morning, morning. I'm happy that we're having this conversation today because what it is saying to me is that the Jamaica engineering fraternity is poised for development. And why am I saying that? I see high-rise buildings going up. I see major structures in the hotel and tourism industry going up. I see massive development in highways. And what it says to me is that the country is moving forward with its development. But it's important for us to stop and recognize that this development must be underpinned by the utilization of the appropriate professionals to drive the development. And one of the critical professions in this development is engineering. In my own observation, and I'm not very old, I recognize that there has been a significant absence, a glaring absence of the effective utilization, particularly of the local professions or professionals in engineering to drive these developments. And who best understand our local context, our local circumstances than the local engineers, than the local professionals. And therefore, I'm happy that the conversation about earthquake and I've seen the conversations before at PEM. Many institutions, the ministry, have had the conversations about our preparedness for natural disasters, climatic events, and unpredictable weather phenomena that affects and threatens our viability. But what I've not seen is the fraternity itself leading the discussions. Because for all these climatic risks and events, the solution is going to come from the engineer. And therefore, if the solution originates there, why not lead the discussions? Why not initiate the discussion? Why not be at the front and center of the discussion? And therefore, I consider this event an initiative towards that. I dare say that UTech is leading the charge in that respect. And of course, you'd understand why I say that, because I'm representing the University of Technology today. So I'm happy that we can be making this kind of a comparative analysis between a historical event that took place in Haiti, in Turkey, and the possibilities that can occur if same were to happen in Jamaica, and that we're looking at the conversation around that. And therefore, my expectation today is that, as the president indicated, we can see some outcomes. But I said to the Professor Thorpe, what we want to see are some scripted outcomes, first of all, documented outcomes in alignment with what Professor is saying, that can now go back into the industry to advise building codes and other policies of government that drives development in this regard. So thank you very much for having this event. And I want to tell you all the best as we learn and develop in this regard. All the best. God bless you.
Thank you, Edit School. As you mentioned about the building codes, there was something that came to mind. Well, first of all, we planning this symposium, I got some calls, and the calls, there are calls that you call weird. A doctor from Savlamar called me and he said, Percy, I want to know what we don't know, because you're planning this big earthquake thing, and around 3 weeks ago we got a shaking, and you know, it's like earthquake. What is it? I said, we don't know anything. We don't know anything at all. What we're trying to do is to put something together to, you know, advise. So we're on the track. We're on the track, Mr. Joseph. And also on your building code issue, I spoke with a gentleman from the Kingston and St. Andrew, KSMAC, right? And what I would like to ask, so I asked him, I said, you see about 50% of the plans, you get them approved through your entity. What about the other 50% of the buildings out there? He answered, and I tell you, we only inspect 10% of that 50%. So there we have it. So when we're talking about resilience, we're in serious problem with the built environment. And when people talk about earthquake, that's where they put their focus, the built environment. But infrastructure get damaged, linkage is gone, you know, it's chaos and pandemonium. So thank you, all the greetings and speakers. We will now move into greetings from the Ministry of Local Government and Development. The Honorable Desmond McKenzie, unavoidable absent today. He is on government business, and he has asked his representative, Mrs. Anna Tucker-Abram, Senior Director from the ADPEM, to address us. Ms. Tucker-Abram.
Good morning, everyone. I bring greetings on behalf of the Honorable Minister Desmond McKenzie. Greetings to Mr. Percival Stewart, Program Director for Civil Engineering, and Professor Sean Thorpe. Also, greetings to you, our distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we approach the hurricane season, This may appear to be an unusual time to be talking about the hazard of earthquakes. But unlike hurricanes, earthquakes have no lead time. They're untimely. However, this symposium is timely in its nature. We are in many ways fortunate to have been spared the devastating effects of earthquakes, of major earthquakes. You know, for Jamaica, it's been over 100 years since we've received devastating impacts, such as those that occurred in Port Royal and the 1907 earthquake in Kingston. Forgive me, I'm using a phone right here, I'm sorry. The major earthquakes have, I'm sorry, hold on. The devastating nature of earthquakes is evidenced by the death and displacement of persons in affected countries. And we know we just heard the recent earthquake that happened in Turkey that triggered the occurrence of this symposium. This has also led to several activities being initiated by the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management with the support of the Jamaica Information Service. In the last month, many of you might not be aware, between April 14 and May 12, we have had 3 felt earthquakes in Jamaica. On average, annually, we have over 200 earthquakes, but generally they're not felt. However, in the last month, we've had 3 major ones, and this was on April 15, the first, the second was April 18th, and these were earthquakes over magnitude 3. And then again on May 7. So even though earthquake is a low frequency hazard, we still face a risk of being exposed to devastating impacts. And the building code, as I've heard mentioned earlier, I'm sorry I was a little late, but the building code is very important in ensuring that the development planning process is adhered to across by all sectors. Now, the Turkey earthquake of magnitude 7.8 occurred on February 6, 2023. And the death toll there was close to 60,000 persons. So generally, when we feel an earthquake here in country, we tend to think, okay, we'll just feel the tremors and we will survive. That's not always the case. I'm sure persons in Turkey at the time believed that they themselves would be able to withstand the impacts of an earthquake. But as we can see, they were caught by surprise. So as a country, while we cannot predict when an earthquake will occur, we need to plan ahead to ensure that we're prepared in withstanding the strong forces or the tremors of such an earthquake. Some actions taken by the ODPM recently includes several think tanks and get the fact interviews that were done with the support of the Jamaica Information Service. And this information is in the public domain, and we've distributed through public media, and several packages have also been created thank you very much. Several packages have also been created for dissemination via social media. Although not close to home, the recent earthquake, the earthquake triggered a series of high-level meetings. So it's not just ODPM. Generally, as a National Disaster Office, people tend to think that because we are the disaster office, we are the only entity operating in disaster preparedness and emergency management. However, this initiative is a multi-stakeholder approach, and it includes, very importantly, the role of first responder agencies like the Jamaica Fire Brigade, Jamaica Constabulary Force, and unknown to some persons is the role of the Ministry of Health. In the event of mass casualties, the Ministry of Health that will have the responsibility to respond to all the injuries and deaths across the island. So several meetings have been held in the last month to discuss what our plans are. We have assessed our national plans, we've reviewed our SOPs, and we have also developed some new strategies for responding in the event of a major earthquake. No, Jamaica is one of the countries in the Caribbean that can boast the establishment of a Building Act. This was established in 2018. And then we revised our National Building Code from 1992 in 2019. And this was done to improve our development planning process. So all of us are aware of the earthquake that happened in Haiti in 2010. And we saw the impacts of that, and most of the death occurred because of poor building structures. So we have to ensure that our building stability is secure in country, because that's the first line of defense in protecting our population. Now, the efforts of the government to elevate national resilience against earthquakes is through policy and programs mainly. And it also involves recognition of the roles of citizens in exercising personal responsibility in adhering to safety measures that will safeguard life and property. So it's a mutual or joint situation. It's a joint partnership between government and the public itself. So as individuals, we have a personal responsibility at the household level to ensure that we're adhering to the safety measures, we're adhering to the National Building Code if we're constructors and all of that, we're dealing with construction, and we're ensuring that our children are educated in how to respond to an earthquake. At the fundamental level, the aim is to increase the island's ability to withstand the effects of a major earthquake. And to do this, we must increase our public education and awareness. And this is why this earthquake symposium is fully endorsed by the Ministry of Local Government and also the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. Now, by way of background, in 2022, we issued over 4,000 permits were issued for construction. And I heard it mentioned earlier that many of the developments that occur in country are not regularized. So this means that a majority of the buildings, we are unclear of the soundness of those buildings. So as building officers and practitioners within the municipal corporations in the respective parishes, you have a responsibility to go around and ensure that the enforcement of these standards are adhered to. Now, the structural integrity is critical to the preservation of personal, community, national, and building assets. Structures that conform to the standards, as I said earlier, is our first line of defense. So this has to be a priority. Now, the quality of housing, commercial and industrial stock in our urban and rural spaces is central to our prospects of surviving. Unlike a hurricane, the cumulative impacts following the damages of an earthquake can be far-reaching. So yes, we know our road infrastructure, buildings, houses, but it can also have cumulative impacts associated with your jobs. So not while you're dealing with a loss of life, you also have to assess the fact that you're also dealing with a loss of income over a long period of time. Many persons will be displaced and have to be living in shelters. These are things we have to think about. And remember, sheltering is a temporary situation. So you can move from sheltering into temporary housing. And as it stands today, temporary housing is not something we have fully equipped ourselves for as a country. So these are the new areas we need to delve into in the areas of disaster preparedness and resilience. We now have to broaden the scope outside of hydrometeorological hazards to ensure that we're able to protect the population and provide for affected households in the event of a major earthquake. Now, I'm going to shed a little light on some of the work that ODPEM has been doing with its partners. We have recently developed a national earthquake program, and we applied a multi-stakeholder approach to that. And this program has a 4-year implementation plan. We've also started implementing activities out of this program, even though the program is not complete, which is a good sign. So following the Turkey earthquake, we did not delay. We went ahead and started. We prepared an action plan where we developed several think tanks with JIS to ensure that the population was made aware of the risk associated with earthquakes. And a focus was also given to high-rise buildings. As you can see in urban areas, there's an increase of high-rise buildings, especially in residential areas. Normally, we used to have single dwellings, single unit houses. Now we have multi-high-density apartments and other high-density, high-rise buildings in the urban areas. So now we realize there's a greater need to focus on the structural integrity of those structures. So that's something we've been looking into. We continue to finalize that program, but we're also working closely with the first responder agencies to ensure that the SOPs they have in place are up to standard for response. We continue to educate the public through our public education and awareness program. And we have a direct focus on schools and businesses, right? We know our children are our future, so the education of children, and remember, children will bring that information home to their parents. Where businesses are concerned, you need to ensure that there's economic stability in the country. So for now, with earthquake preparedness, we're targeting those two groups first. The threat of tsunami is another thing. So while we think of earthquake as a low frequency hazard, tsunami is an even lower frequency. However, the devastation reaped from a tsunami can cause more life-threatening events than a hurricane. So what we've been doing as well, we've been partnering with UNESCO to implement a tsunami-ready program here in Jamaica. And we are one of 5 countries in the Caribbean that is tsunami ready. And this was done, our first project was in the Old Harbor Bay community in St. Catherine, and we're currently working in Port Maria in St. Mary. And we'll continue to move along the coast to ensure that our coastal towns are tsunami ready. So that's another initiative there. When it comes on to our financial instruments to respond to an earthquake, there is the National Disaster Fund, which many of you are aware of. And in the event of a major earthquake, that fund will be triggered. However, in 2019, we established a contingency fund, and the contingency fund was upgraded from the usual 100 million max to now 4 billion. And it has a ceiling cap of 10 billion. So instead of being reactive, we're being proactive, not just looking at inflation, but looking at how our development, you have to move at the pace of development. So the monies acquired now to respond to an event has increased over time. Some of you may not know, but we're also protected by the Caribbean Catastrophe Reinsurance Facility, that's a CRIF. And CRIF under CRIF, we have there's an insurance facility. And under CRIF, we're covered by 19 billion Jamaican, that is $125 million. So there are financial systems in place to help us respond in the event of a major earthquake. The Ministry of Finance, in partnership with ODPEM and other key stakeholders, have recently developed a national natural disaster risk financing policy. And as you're aware, they're moving across the island to build awareness about the contents of this policy. The policy provides for a risk-layered approach to financing disaster relief, recovery, and reconstruction by providing adequate financial reserves to address the cost of damage and loss that may be caused by severe weather events, hurricanes, and earthquakes. So that's another system we have in place. The policy also outlines funding strategies for strengthening disaster preparedness and resilience. So this is a proactive measure as well that's in place for earthquakes. So even if a major earthquake does not happen for another 100 years, we need to prepare. And these are the instruments we're putting in place to ensure, because it can happen this minute, it can happen tomorrow, or it can happen in another 100 years. But we must be prepared, whether it's for us or for future generations. So these are the planning instruments we're putting in place. The government continues as a matter of policy to devote resources to building resilience into our social, economic, and environmental infrastructure, and to ensure that there are response mechanisms in place to recover from disasters. Strategic partnerships to strengthen public investment for resilient infrastructure is a priority, and that continues, and we continue to ensure that public awareness and education is also given priority. So, on behalf of the Minister, I commend the School of Engineering Civil Department here at the University of Technology for dedicating time and resources for the realization of this timely earthquake symposium. The work of the cadre of students here, in partnership with key stakeholders, will enhance Jamaica's capacity to withstand earthquakes and provide for a safer built environment. We look forward to the day when we can say that as a nation, we have embraced earthquake awareness and preparedness as a priority and built a culture of safety at all levels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Abrams. We'll certainly take all the resilience issues that you mentioned. I want to throw out one to the public, is that we spoke about built environment predominantly, but one that occurred, and somebody asked me, I've been getting questions, asked me, is that our medical system, because when you speak of earthquake, you're talking about broken limbs, back, neck. People, it's not like COVID that went and you get some tablet and you can go home. This is numbers going into our medical institution. What's the resilience there? We wonder, how can they cope? Do we have any hospital on the island that can say under, say 5,000 such cases at any one time? And the answer is no, we don't. So the question, what we do? So in building resilience for the health sector, it's also of utmost priority along with the housing sector. Because we at the university, we discussed it. And we realized we discussed all the sectors. And that's why we tried to get as much of you here today. And we saw one thing. Thanks for the message from the Minister of Local Government. And we'll definitely join in the battle to build the resilience which you and ADPEM has put in place. Wow, now we are moving from Jamaica and we're going into a foreign land. We're going to a foreign land. We're going to share with other experience, and it's sharing with others experience that help us to build the resilience. We want to know how they did it, what they do, because when we were planning this thing, we sat with the team and we discussed. The team was very concerned about Haiti. Is that, you know, why these other countries, they are developed countries, we know, but they bounce back. And why, when it comes to, you know, developing nations, they don't bounce back. It goes down to decadence. Why? What's the problem? So we're going to hear from others. At this time, I'm calling to the podium Ms. Khadisha Cooper, a final year civil engineering student, to introduce our keynote speaker on the issue. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you, Dr. Stewart. Good morning once again, everyone. It is with great pleasure that I introduce our keynote speaker this morning, Dr. Yasmin Didem Actas. Dr. Actas is a structural engineer with around 20 years of experience in earthquake engineering, as well as climate-induced hazards. Currently a lecturer at the University College London, Department of Civil, Environmental and Geomatic Engineering, Dr. Actas has led a number of post-reconnaissance missions to disaster-struck areas. Most recently, to the areas hit by the February 2023 Kahramanmaraş earthquake sequence in Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to welcome Dr. Yasmin Didem Actas.
Hello, thank you very much for the kind introduction and very valuable invite as well. I hope you can all hear me well. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, can you see my slides? Okay, for this extremely interesting event, and I really would like to thank all the organizers, I was asked to talk about the Kahramanmaraş earthquake sequence that hit Turkey, my homeland, in February this year. And this is what I'm going to do. I am going to talk a little bit about the particularities of the events for the sake of completion more than anything else. But what I would like to focus more as part of this presentation going to be primarily the key findings and key messages that we'd like to send both to the engineering community out there, but also to various key stakeholders and policy makers around the world, as well as in Turkey. You of course know, I don't want to go into too much detail of the regional tectonics, but we know that Turkey is an earthquake prone country. It's a seismically active area. There are a number of plates that are known to be extremely active, and as you can see here, the earthquake area, that the impacted areas by this late series of events, is located on top of a number of again plates that the East Anatolian and Dead Sea fault zones, essentially, which were active at that time. Again, very, very briefly, we had tens of thousands of events during that period in the area. However, the largest scale earthquakes that we have witnessed was, first of all, on the 6th of February at around 4:20 a.m., a magnitude 7.8 earthquake in around 35 kilometers west of Gaziantep city. And then in early AM, we had another earthquake, essentially, again, not very far from the original, the first sort of epicenter, magnitude 7.6 earthquake. So these both, both of these events took place on the 6th of February, and then that was already enough for a massive devastation that I'm gonna show you in a minute. But then on the 20th of February, in fact, we had another 6.3, magnitude 6.3 event, which really has been the final straw, as we might call it, because there were a lot of buildings that still somewhat stood up with heavy damage, etc. But we lost, again, quite a substantial portion of them there as well. And in fact, we had a number of casualties on this last event on the 20th of February as well. I'm not going to go into the details of the seismology of the seismotectonics of the events or strong ground motions for that matter. But this is only to show to you that while there are a number of things that need to be improved in Turkey, including perhaps certain elements of the building codes, this was a series of events that actually exceeded the design values for a wide range of periods values, okay? So, and this is not only the case for the horizontal direction, but also in the vertical design spectra, we actually have exceeded the design code models. What does this mean? This means that we would expect damage. We would expect a lot of damage because this was a very substantial series of events. And not only one, as I said, it was a number of events, so the damage was inevitable. The impact of this event, a series of events, was very obvious from the first moment, and this is precisely why the EFIT group, which is the Earthquake Engineering Field Investigation Team, that is operating under the UK's Institution for Structural Engineers for the past quite a few decades now, to look into the impact of large-scale disasters. So we have worked on dozens of earthquakes and tsunamis. We have visited everywhere around the world to look into the damage and to be able to essentially develop the key messages to share with the engineering community. Now, IFIT has been working actively, as I said, for a very long time. However, since COVID-19 pandemic, IFIT has developed a hybrid working modality. And what I mean by this is that we traditionally rely very much and very heavily on the data that we collect from the site. However, of course, we had a number of disasters that happened during COVID-19 pandemic, where the travel situation was very much restricted, so it didn't actually allow us to travel to the disaster-stricken areas. And that made us think, can we actually develop other models to look into the impacts of the earthquake without necessarily having to travel from where we are? And what we have done was to work on alternative data sources, really trying to understand what alternative data modes or analysis modes that we can put our hands on to be able to develop scrutiny around the impacts of an earthquake from our desks. And that, of course, also pushed us to develop partnerships and collaborations with the local scientists and engineers, etc., or the student-based, research-based, etc., which was immensely beneficial to us, because all of a sudden you are working with these people who understand the context much better, who understand the particularities, the hierarchy of the structure, the bureaucracy and everything actually makes more sense. So this is what we call a hybrid mission. And despite the fact that we are outside the COVID-19 limitations right now, for this earthquake as well, we decided to go for a hybrid mission. This means that we have worked with a very large team of around 30 people. And half of this team was really dedicated, they dedicated their time on scanning news outlets, social media, web-based data collection tools, remote sensing, and so on and so forth, not only to widen our understanding of the event from where we were, London at that time, primarily, but also to be able to inform any field work that can be done to supplement our work. And so, as I explained, all the team members, remote and field, dedicated around a week prior to the field deployment to discuss themes and research questions for our mission and scour data sources. Along this process, we of course have reviewed all the preliminary reports that were back then being produced by many research groups, but also we have scrutinized the damage assessment exercise that was done by the Turkish Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, to be able to understand what's happening. And the desk study prior to going into the field proved immensely helpful to put everything into context and to identify our priorities for the field work. So what I'm going to talk about in the subsequent stages of my talk is going to be, of course, largely substantiated by the visual material that we have collected on site. However, as I said, we also have used a very strong remote data collection strategy. So our mission has taken place between the 13th and the 17th of March in 2023. And on the right-hand side, you are seeing a very schematic view of our itinerary. The affected areas was massive, incredibly large. So from one end to the other, you actually can spend 6 hours of driving easily on a main road if you are not going to the rural areas. If you are going to the rural areas, it would be even longer. But we, with a team of 15 people, also including a lot of local organizations, local students, and so on and so forth, we still managed to, skim through the entire area fairly well. A few words, again, very, very briefly about the development of the seismic code in Turkey. So we are aware of the seismic code, and it's institutionally and organizationally something that is taken into account in Turkey since 1950s, 40s. But the 1999 earthquake that I'm sure you all heard of has been one of the turning points where, this really all of a sudden the state of the art that underpins the Turkish earthquake codes is very, very comparable to the global sort of good examples. In 2007, there have been certain additions on the seismic code, which really focused on retrofits, which was very welcome because we all of a sudden, got aware that it is not only the new buildings, but also the scrutiny and strengthening of the existing building stock is very, very important. So that was brought in more formally in 2007. And then in 2018, a new set of improvements was made. So this is important because what is going to follow from now on, the incredible devastation that you are going to see, is really not because of the lack of know-how, the lack of technical expertise, or lack of well-trained engineers in Turkey, and therefore the answers have to lie elsewhere. So this is an important message that I would like to put here. Okay, so again, some information about the classification of load-bearing system in Turkey and the construction year in the affected areas. So this is coming from another report. We only have this data in an aggregated fashion, but it makes sense. It makes sense that the majority of the building stock that was affected by this recent earthquakes was reinforced concrete. It really dominates the Turkish cities and landscape at the moment. And then it also makes sense that almost half of, well, slightly more than half of these buildings were built after 2000. So again, for you to be able to put things into context and in perspective, the affected areas was very much the first area that actually took the influx of refugees that were affected by the Syrian civil war, etc. And we are talking about a very rapid and very fast-paced development in the cities in the affected areas from 2000 onwards. Again, this is just to give you some idea. This is not our work, but this is the database developed by the Ministry of Environment and Urbanization and Climate Change, who actually did the damage assessment in the area right in the aftermath of the event, and like quite extensively. As you can see, we are seeing quite a lot of collapsed and heavily damaged buildings. One of the early observations that was made by many scholars, indeed, based on this data, was that the damage was very how do you call it, either extremely heavy or no damage at all. So as you can see here, we do not have that many moderate damage cases, and this might be because of the damage assessment techniques that they are implementing, a bias that's flowing from that the techniques that they are employing on site. That is something to think about and to discuss. But okay, so these are now our fields investigations, examinations. So as you can see, when we look into especially the reinforced concrete buildings, which is, as I said, like dominate the Turkish building stocks, we are seeing plain rebounds, plain rebars. We are seeing insufficient hook details, the absence of tightening zone lengths, short overlap lengths as you are seeing in all these images. We definitely have observed quite extensively the abnormal particle size distributions of the aggregate, smooth rounded aggregate, poor quality concrete. You could actually crumble with your own bare hands. Definitely, pointing out also to sealed concrete adherence problem, etc. A lot of infill walls got cracked and failed. We have seen a lot of out of plane failings of the infill walls as well. Column damage or short column effect, as you can see, was a common feature that we have seen. Of course, soft story, these are often, as you know, happen on the ground floor, where especially there are shops and whatnot where the openings are much wider. But we actually have seen some mid story examples of these as well. Of course, pounding, as always, is an issue. Torsional impacts we have observed, and of course, the total collapses, the pancake collapses. That, as I said, the event was very, very big, but this is one thing that we should not see, no matter what. So there is, you know, that there is something wrong with the stock, despite the good earthquake codes. Again, however, to put things a little bit into perspective, this is just an example for Bektaşlı Hatay. For those of you who read these plots, it's obvious that the acceleration values were actually above, the code values, which of course, not only for the horizontal, but also vertical, which again is of course the main reason behind this incredible damage that we have seen. Another thing was that the fold interaction with the structures, we know that it's a very long fold that moved, and sometimes we have actually seen that the buildings themselves were not necessarily faulty and therefore were not damaged as such because of the ground shaking. However, the fault interaction, the ground deformation interacting with the structures caused a lot of damage. Again, liquefaction subsidence was a big problem, as you can see a few examples here, and this was very widespread, especially in certain areas where we knew that the ground conditions were not actually the most favorable for building damage with the conventional foundation solutions. In addition to these reinforced concrete buildings in Turkey, there is a very wide-ranging traditional building stocks and typologies. And some of these are actually known to be very beneficial under earthquake action, especially those systems where the masonry is substantiated with timber framing, etc. is very common in Turkey in different construction detailing, perhaps in different sort of material detailing, but nonetheless is a repeating typology. Again, we have seen you are seeing some construction details of these, the wall plates, tie beams, we call them hutsel. It's very beneficial to improve essentially improve the seismic performance and the brittleness of masonry, which is very common. Again, the timber bands, corner joint details, etc. They are very good structures, and they are known to be. They were studied, and from an engineering point of view, they are known to work. In this particular event, we have seen failure of some of these, depending on the particularities of the building under consideration. Some of the common issues that we have observed was that the roof, for example, either wasn't connected properly to the rest of the building, or roof collapsed first and then caused a progressive damage within the rest of the structure. Pounding, of course. The out-of-plane failure is common, of course, with masonry, because it does have very, very little capacity under that action, and so on and so forth. Most of the traditional buildings that are located inside city centers have been modified and played with quite extensively, and sometimes we have actually seen that was very detrimental to the health of the buildings under earthquake loading. Again, we have seen that there were a lot of multi-layer masonry. So the masonry is not essentially woven together very well as was being built, and therefore different segments of it within the section performed differently, leading to these partial wall separation under the out-of-plane action. Again, here you are seeing certain problems with the lack of connections, for example, between bearing walls, or the corner details not being perfect, etc. Still, I can confidently say that the traditional building stock still comprises a lot of information that is valuable for us to take forward in the reconstruction phases for Turkey specifically, although obviously they are small-scale buildings and may not cater to the need of housing in the first instance. Another thing that I actually wanted to attract your attention to is that when we went especially to villages, but this is not only confined to the villages, okay, we start seeing a lot of hybrid structures. So you are looking at these structures, their typology is a bit odd. The material usage is a little bit sort of mix and match. So it is not masonry, it is not confined masonry, it is not reinforced concrete. Every facade will tell you a different story. For example, these are great examples. As you can see, there is a bit of timber, a bit of stone, and these are buildings that actually built over a certain amount of time as the families, for example, growing, and they just add a bit of there, a bit of here, etc. It doesn't have to follow the same model, but and these buildings are actually very interesting and very challenging for us engineers, because our data collection tools are not catered to capture these hybrid nature of the building stock often. When you are using a certain app or something, or even an Excel sheet, you are often forced to choose a certain primary structural system, which wouldn't cut any of these examples. And this is very common in Turkey. And this was one thing that we wanted to highlight also at our mission lecture, that there's a lot of context around the world where you are not able to categorize buildings as clearly, and it's something that we need to think about. For example, you are seeing here all these discontinuous columns and beams. These are modern structures, but completely non-engineered. And when these buildings make up a substantial portion of your building stock, what methods are you going to use? What are you going to do with this building stock? It becomes a relevant and important question. Okay, so a few words about the infrastructure before I move on to my key messages. We have seen that the healthcare infrastructure failed big time in Turkey. except for a number of buildings that were base isolated and they retrofitted for seismic eventuality. They actually failed. In fact, around 1/3 were completely lost, and you can imagine how much pressure that puts on the relief and response operations. When we look into the road network, we see that it was mainly okay. However, we actually do know that, again, there have been a lot of locations where response couldn't go in because of the problems with the roads. These were solved, acted on, and solved fairly quickly, but nonetheless, they remained a problem for a while, as you can see here. And this was not only because of the roads themselves, as you can see, like how the fault lines, interacted with the roads, and perhaps the roads weren't designed properly, so they actually failed, but also from geotechnic impacts. For example, there were a lot of roads that were blocked. Even when we were there after 1 month, for example, we have seen a lot of roads that were still locked up by landslides and debris, etc. We had certain, I'm sure you have heard about the Iskenderun port, that's where a big fire happened in the aftermath of the earthquake. We actually had a small-scale tsunami after the event because of the severity of the impact, as you can imagine, and so we actually did have some flooding, in the Iskenderun port area, which remained there for a long time. And then the educational infrastructure was fine. So for a good part of it, actually, the schools performed much better than, for example, hospitals, as I said. A lot of historic and masonry schools perhaps, received some damage, but primarily the reinforced concrete buildings, either, whether they are school buildings, whether they are primary, high school, or university buildings, they actually were mainly fine. As of March of 20th, it's the 20th of March, the total number of confirmed deaths was around 50K. However, we do expect this number to be much higher now. I haven't checked from the official channels, but also to keep increasing, because the Turkish government has dealt with this issue by not counting a death as an earthquake-related death if you actually demonstrate this link, first of all, but also if the body is not identifiable, then these were not counted. And you can imagine, therefore, that this number that I'm giving to you right now would be a quite severe underestimation. And then, of course, there has been a very strong economic impact. Turkey is already struggling with its economy at the moment, and the longer midterm and longer term sort of implications of this earthquake on Turkey's economy is yet to be found out. Another thing that I want to highlight here is the environmental problems that the entire event is causing or will cause, because of course such a sheer number of damaged and collapsed buildings, or the heavily damaged cases that then subsequently were taken down or are going to be taken down by the government, means that there is a lot of construction waste that we need to deal with right now. And especially for buildings that were built before 2007, I think was the cutoff point, is expected to have a lot of asbestos. I think it would be fair to think that there are a lot more chemical hazards because of this waste potentially, but asbestos being one that we know and are aware of is a big issue. In fact, it made the engineering groups who were doing the post-disaster reconnaissance in the area very, very difficult. But of course, you just cannot wander around with a massive asbestos mask when you are working within the communities and everybody being on the streets. And we definitely think that this is going to be a longer term problem, also because the debris and waste isn't currently managed very well. We have witnessed on a number of places that the debris was just dumped outside a settlement where, at an easy access from the settlement itself by anybody, really. Another issue, of course, is the migration. So from the affected areas, there has been a massive migration to the neighboring countries and the neighboring cities and the large cities in the country, such as Ankara and Istanbul, etc. And the people in the affected areas deal with agriculture quite extensively, and also they have gardens, for example, that they do, for example, olives and or fruit, gardens. So quite a substantial portion of these people were forced to go back, even though they did not have anywhere to go. After a while, they had to go back to be able to tend their gardens, because if they don't do that, they don't have income for an entire year. So you can imagine how much pressure that added. The shelter situation was really tricky by the time that we have left, and much later when we delivered our mission lecture, there was still not enough shelters, and this situation hasn't changed since then. So it was very tricky. It led to a lot of overcrowding in the tent sort of areas, but also in the rental market and in cities in the neighboring cities. There were a lot of food relief activities that were very heartwarming to see. That we have seen a lot of soup kitchens, pots, etc. Of course, the sustainability of these need to be discussed, but we have seen so many of these, and they really catered to so many people that it was quite a sort of pleasing thing to see in the midst of the disaster. Relief goods distribution has been achieved with partial success. We have heard that in certain places this was done much more smoothly. However, in certain cases, the organization of the relief goods distribution wasn't entirely ideal, so it caused a lot of problems. In the affected areas in Turkey, there are a lot of minority groups, such as the various Christian churches, but a lot of Caucasian, sort of Central Asian groups that actually have their own villages and so on and so forth. These minority groups managed to cope much better than the ordinary sort of like people of the area, because they actually had this alternative aid network that they could actually mobilize very, very quickly and very efficiently. However, those people of Turkey who actually relied very much on AFAD, the emergency sort of department of the government, for their aid and relief, etc., had to wait. It caused quite a lot of anxiety and troubles to some people, I must say. Okay, so of course, this is a very, very little snippet of what we have seen. I mean, especially in Antakya, the devastation was so unimaginable that, despite the fact that we have lived with the earthquake from day one when we went to Antakya, I mean, I thought that nothing can prepare you for this. So it was really everything was down. But yeah, I mean, the recovery is continuing, but I think it is going to take a lot of time to actually get to a point where things are back to normal. So here are our key messages very quickly. In Turkey, and this is quite a widespread context, actually. I mean, it is that the profits actually drives all the decisions made within the construction industry, because everybody is trying to take shortcuts. As you can see, we actually do have a very good seismic code that would be very comparable, as I said, to countries with seismic hazards, and actually are able to cope with it. But the implementation, we are finding the problem with the implementation of the law and the codes. Code compliance is a big issue. The auditing and the quality control mechanisms embedded in the legal and bureaucratic processes, there is a problem with this. And this is not a new thing that we are saying. From the 1999 earthquake, unfortunately, we kept saying the same thing, but we somehow failed to make the impact. And this is something that we need to think about, because often I find that the engineering community acts as a bubble within itself. We speak to each other, but our messages do not always go and change things within the bureaucracy or administrative structure, etc. So that is one thing that I think the engineering communities need to be more cognizant about and need to really think about what other means can be developed to make this better. Another issue that is very common in Turkey, unfortunately, is the legalization of non-compliant buildings through construction amnesties. This has been done for a very long time. It is not a new thing. It is definitely not a thing that has been only done by the current sort of state structure or the government or whatnot, and it cannot continue. I mean, this needs to go again. It is something that we were talking about for a very long time, but it's not. It is linked with a lot of other systematic problems within the politics and the state structure, and so it is very difficult to take it out. Again, better control over land use, because in Turkey, cities grow uncontrollably. Nobody will ever tell you that, oh no, you can't put a building there because the soil conditions aren't suitable, or, I mean, they will, of course, they should, but clearly this is not happening. So better control over land use is another thing. One thing that we have observed on site is that retrofit can work, because I didn't have time to go over all these, but we have seen a number of examples where the existing buildings were retrofitted and they performed much better than buildings that are of comparable characteristics to them. So that means that, of course, we are going to need to rebuild quite substantial numbers of buildings, but reuse should be encouraged, because we already have created such amazing masses of construction waste. And if a building actually stands the chance of being able to be retrofitted to the code compliant levels, that needs to be the first method to implement. As I said, there was a very complex, hard to categorize building stock, which made it very difficult to assess. Not only to assess, but even assigning a damage category sometimes can be tricky with these things. Clearly, healthcare infrastructure failed and needs further attention. Again, in this particular event, we had problems with sort of the infrastructure failures. I didn't speak too much about it, but the road network, as I said, the first few days was not quite operable in certain locations. So that's, is a cascading hazard, is a cascading impact on top of the earthquake. And then we had extreme colds, a lot of precipitation, which then in fact turned into flooding in the affected areas. There was no water, there was no electricity, etc. So all these different impacts and how these different hazards interacted must be scrutinized by us, so that we can understand how the systems can be improved, rather than just links that actually form the systems. So in countries like in Turkey, it's a centrally governed country. And so a lot of organizations had to wait to get the instruction that they should get mobilized in the face of an earthquake. And this has caused a lot of problems. This has caused a lot of delays in actually relieving people or responding to the events. And I personally very strongly feel that the recovery and reconstruction processes need to be handled in a way that all the local stakeholders and affected communities can actually contribute to, rather than a model is developed and centrally dictated to all regions without necessarily considering the particularities of those regions and needs of those regions, and so on and so forth. And this is again very, very important. We propose that working groups with multi-sectoral engagement of key stakeholders are set up, and these people actually work. We have to understand that this is not going to happen from today till tomorrow. Maybe that we are also under the pressures of an election at the moment. So a lot of hasty decisions are made, which probably is going to make more damage than good. Again, as I said, the traditional and vernacular forms that exist in Turkey and have existed in Turkey for a very long time can actually really help to address and directly sort of alleviate the impacts of the earthquake and need to be considered. I'm saying this because TOKI is a governmental department that was set up by very recently anyways, and TOKI is often the body that deals with the reconstruction, social housing, etc., etc. But this then brings the danger of a very monolithic, monochromatic sort of reconstruction across the board, which shouldn't be, because it is not always suitable to the needs and the culture and the history of the community, and therefore are not sustainable solutions. And we need to think about these things. Needlessly to say, recovery should be inclusive of women and children, disabled people, ethnic minorities, and other groups. And these events will have long-term perturbations, especially women and children. I mean, we have witnessed that because the schools also were shut. And just imagine that you are in a tent by the road and you are trying to entertain 3 kids at the same time, and you are trying to keep them not only warm and full and everything, but safe in the face of all this thing. Often the tent areas were not actually located in the right places, and we have seen that a lot of tent areas were flooded in the subsequent heavy rains. A child actually died in a water pool that was put for water needs of the tent area, etc. So all of these things were actually really, really problematic, and as I said, just bore a lot of safety issues, especially for these groups, women and children especially. So that needs to be important. There's a very dynamic population exchange still to this day. It just calmed down a little bit, but shelter needs definitely remain most critical to this date. The rental the market has gone crazy as well right after the event, and in the neighboring cities the rental values have increased quite substantially, which of course needs to be intervened in some fashion by the policymakers. There is, of course, a widespread psychological trauma, and urban and rural populations are really in a very different place. For example, a lot of rural populations actually couldn't leave, no matter what happened to them, no matter, regardless that they, for example, didn't have necessarily any aid or relief, etc., didn't reach to them, they still couldn't leave because they, for example, had animals. Okay, so you can't really leave and go elsewhere to be warm and to be fed, etc. So all of these things need to be considered very on a context-based is the message here. I already mentioned that different ethnic groups and opposition political parties and other organizations actually formed alternative networks of coordination, and that worked actually very, very efficiently. And there are very strong scientific and policy opportunities for impact from this event. I mean, we have a very well-distributed network of strong ground motion stations in the area, which then allows, of course, us to comprehend the characteristics of the event and be able to correlate them with damage. And we have a lot of data in our hands right now, and I'm not referring to my research group or anything, but so many groups globally went to the field and have collected so much data. And I think it's actually very, very important that the post-disaster reconnaissance community also acts as in a very collaborative fashion, share data, etc., because everybody can scrape something in a few days that we are there, or from other data sources that we are looking into. But when they come together, actually all of a sudden the opportunities for the scientific discussions or policy discussions that can be had increases massively. So therefore, it is one thing that I would like to call for, more collaboration and more alignment as a big, wide community where not everybody is working for themselves, but we are working as a whole for the affected communities and to make things better for them. And lastly, I mean, if there is one technical thing to take from this event, because as you can see from my narrative, the problem is rather the implementation of the laws and the code, a level of corruption and systemic political issues and the organizational problems within the country, rather than the lack of know-how that led us to this. But if there are a bit of things to take away and to implement to improve our seismic codes, that would be, first of all, the very high vertical acceleration values that we have seen here, because we don't see, this is a very typical, this is not a very typical thing that we expect from an earthquake. So this was one thing that I think this event shows us that we need to prepare better for. And also the provisions regarding the soft soil conditions need to transpire in the code, because I think the code was a little bit conservative in the amplification that those soil conditions need to lead in our consideration for design. I think that's it. I thank you very much. Also, my cordial thanks go to the people of the affected areas and many individuals and organizations who supported us in the area while we were working on this. And of course, I am going to take a number of questions now, but for later, please do not hesitate to drop me a line if you have any questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Actus Dyden. Thanks for such a wonderful lecture. And now we'll go, the mics are in the aisles, and we'll just take question on Professor lecture, Dr. Actus lecture. So any question you have, you can just use either of the two mics. Q&A, Q&A? Yeah.
All right, good morning. I found it a very enlightening lecture, Professor. I hope everyone is hearing me. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Meredith. A very enlightening presentation. I took some very key notes from the talk. So the last slide you had, or the penultimate slide, spoke about scientific policies. And I wanted to appreciate from you a little bit more what has been the type of work you're doing in that space to yield outcomes, because I can see a lot of opportunities here in Jamaica for us doing a deeper dive on the need to drive the scientific policies. So could you share within your current experience or from what the literature is supporting, the body of work that is driving scientific policies, and what encouragement you would give to developing states like ours here in Jamaica and the Caribbean? Thank you. Again, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your kind comments, and thank you for the question as well. So my group is as I said, the Earthquake Engineering Field Investigation Team. So my group is really dedicated to look into the impact of an earthquake, trying to develop correlations between the damage, the strong ground motion characteristics, and also how the relief response recovery operations are handled. I am a UK-based Turkish academic. When it comes to the implementation of our observations or our scientific deductions from a given event onto the codes, we have extremely valuable Turkish academics and engineers who are working on this in the country. So my personal contribution to this would be to look into these issues and to make these assessments in light of the existing codes and where they could have done better, and put forward our results and conclusions and suggestions for them then to pick up on for implementation. We are currently looking into what the discrepancy is and how could that be minimized if, for example, the provisions for the soft soil and the vertical acceleration values were different in the seismic code. This is currently ongoing work. However, the IFITS group is about to release their report within the next few weeks. So please have a look. If you go to the UK's Institution for Structural Engineers website, you are going to have access to our report within the next few weeks. And I'll be very happy to share with the organizers of this event as well for the particularities of this. But yes, we are currently in the process of trying to see how much the current seismic codes shortfall in light of the characteristics of this event in terms of these two parameters.
I think you're on demand, Yasmin. A lot of people have questions for you.
Oh, lovely.
Your excellent presentation and the commendable work that IFIT continues to do. I have several questions, but I'll keep it brief. You did show, I think, the spectral accelerations for G, for the vertical and the horizontal component, but I couldn't read it. What is a factor of the vertical component of G for these seismic events? Was it 2 times G?
I lost you for a second there, but now
Right.
you seem
proportion,
to
sorry, right. The proportion of G for the vertical component of the earthquake, what was it?
So I'll just refer to my slides, bear with me. So the code, the code actually suggests that this value should be around 1500 centimeters per square seconds, so centimeters per second square. However, the values that we have obtained reached all the way to 3,500. So we are talking about almost double. So the vertical acceleration values that we have obtained in this event were more than double what the code provisions was. And this is why, if you remember the photos that I have shown to you from Arsus Antakya, the slab and the beams were completely detached from the column tips. And this is a damage mechanisms that we wouldn't see otherwise.
Right. So have there been any other events historically that showed a comparable sort of type of vertical component of G at other earthquakes, or?
Within the Turkish context, I am not aware of any such things. However, the impact of high vertical acceleration values on especially reinforced concrete design is not only a code gap, but it's also a research gap. Let me highlight this, because we actually do not have enough empirical studies that actually looked into this to quantify this impact. So there is also research that needs to be developed around this particular point to then be able to implement this in the codes, yes.
Okay, and my last question, you mentioned that I know some of the hospitals are base isolated in Turkey, but based on your experience, can you recommend, or what types of structures would you recommend for base isolation, given seismic events?
I mean, all the hospitals that actually were retrofitted with base isolation performed well. I am not informed about the specificities of that base isolation technology that's been implemented for individual hospitals. However, that actually should tell us that this sort of accessible technologies should solve our problem for critical infrastructure. And then, as I mentioned, I didn't have time to show you. However, for example, there are a lot of building complexes in Turkey. It's very common, site, we call them. So the same building typology is implemented on a number of blocks, often residential, a bit like gated community, but not quite. And we have seen in a few places where one of these, for example, took retrofits, often in the form of a carbon fiber, or something simple and much cheaper than base isolation sort of thing. And the performance discrepancy between, for example, that one block that took that and the other one was massive. We have witnessed those cases where the unretrofitted block completely collapsed, like a pancake collapse, and the other one was still standing there. Of course, it was damaged, and of course, the people were evacuated. But of course, the people were evacuated safely, and this is our red line. And therefore, we definitely think that retrofit should be more of a sort of like mean to go back to, because it actually can improve the performance of the existing structures a lot. And we can't afford just taking everything down and putting new ones up, because first of all, it's not only a matter of the economics, but it's also a matter of carbon. It's also a matter of you know, like temporary shelter that, you know, all of a sudden you are creating, you know, this need for people, and so on and so forth. So I think existing buildings need to take as much attention as new design provisions in light of all these events. Hope this helps.
Yes, O'Neill Joseph's here. Excellent presentation, Prof. Actus. I know that your presentation, the report will speak to this particular seismic event and may very well inform future building codes and design considerations in Turkey. But we've not had a recent event of this nature in Jamaica. What kind of value can we take from your report if we were to look at it in influencing our own building codes and engineering considerations?
Right. I mean, I don't know the Jamaican context as well, unfortunately, to be able to answer this question in very much detail. But of course, I think that we have some things to learn from every event. I think it is only the Jamaican engineering community who can really gauge how much transferability there is between the Turkish system, the building stock, the non-functional parts of the entire system that actually shape the building stocks, and yours. I mean, I think that some of the things that should be of global relevance, not only to Jamaica but everywhere, are the growth. So the growth is not quite controlled almost anywhere in the world now. I think there are really quite a few countries where that are more immune or more sort of checked out in the face of all this sort of pressures to just build more and more and more, and you know, etc. Especially those countries where population growth is also accompanying all these phenomena. Then all of a sudden you are really risking to lose the quality. So this is one thing. And then, of course, one needs to compare the construction law and practices between countries. So I don't know, again, how much transferability there is. But yeah, and then I think another thing that should be of global relevance and interest is how the failure of various infrastructure and lifelines actually impacted on the capacity of the authorities to be able to respond. I think this is again something that everybody should have something to learn from. I mean, there were a lot of events that added onto the pressures, and you know, it was a cascading event almost. The flooding, the rain, the cold, there's no roads, there's no electricity, there is no telecoms. For example, I haven't mentioned, but you know, the internet were cut in a large part of the affected areas for a very long time, etc. So all of these things need to be considered. Again, this is a systems problem, not a problem, you know, that can be diminished into a conglomeration of isolated single, you know, things to solve. But, you know, one needs to also look into how they interact with each other, to be able to ensure that the system is resilient rather than the components.
Are there any more questions for Dr. Actas?
Excellent, excellent presentation. It's interesting, you know, I was just looking and thinking about earthquake drills. I'm saying with this magnitude earthquake, this size, I mean, what would you say? How should we, you know, look at the earthquake procedure, drill procedure that have been taught to say, okay, in case there is a earthquake, this is what we should do. Under the umbrella that if the building is not properly designed and not able to withstand all of these, I mean, the earthquake drill, what do you see in terms of going forward from a school perspective? How should we train persons to respond in terms of disaster?
Yes, so of course we just don't know when an earthquake is gonna hit. Definitely we don't know the magnitude. When the magnitude can be guessed, we don't know at what depth. You know, everything is a part of the equation here that actually really lead to a certain outcome. I would say that the existing building stock scrutinized and screened to see the proportion of it that is compliant to the code that you use, and you know is used in a country, is of the utmost importance. This is very important, and this is unfortunately a very hard task to achieve because it requires a lot of resources, and it also requires a very strong political will. Often we don't have either or we don't have, you know, but you know, it becomes in most cases at the very least a resources issue. Now, if a country doesn't have any codes and any national codes to look into the building stock, sort of existing building stock earthquake screening, then one can refer to, there are global internationally used screening methods that, for example, FEMAS, etc. And that I think would be a very, very good place to start with, especially if the building stock in a given context is characterized by high-rise, densely populated urban cores, because that actually is the disaster for recipe if the buildings will not perform under an earthquake. And then, of course, you know, every country will have their own soil conditions, and you know, all of these things need to be considered. I personally think that, you know, it is very interesting to see how in Turkey, the protocols are very strong on paper, but there is something that unfortunately falls out of that protocol that is very carefully delineated when in practice, okay? And we kept seeing this as engineers that, no, you should implement. In light of these latest events, I came to the conclusion that we have to be very specific as to where things go pear-shaped. Exactly and precisely at what point within the chain of events and chain of basically authorizations, permissions, or whatnot, things have a larger sort of chance to go pear-shaped and wrong and outside the trajectory that is delineated. And this means that we can't keep saying that, oh, we have everything, but it's not implemented, but we have to be very specific about where. We have to be very specific. And this requires us to collaborate also with the stakeholders, key policymakers, but also practicing engineers. So this is not an academic problem only. And this is, again, coming back to the thing. I mean, we cannot create this bubble as academics and keep talking about the same things without necessarily creating these basically paths and opportunities for us to be able to make impact. And it's a multi-sectoral problem. Practicing engineers, policy, and technical information producers need to work hand in hand.
Okay, thank you, Professor Actas.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the professor? Okay, we want to thank you, Professor, for such an insightful lecture. Okay.
Thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure to join you today.
Right, and though Turkey might bounce back quicker, we are learning from you that we have much to do so that should an event occur, we can bounce back even a tiny bit. Because listening to you and looking at the vast country that Turkey is, one would want to get to be a coward and say, we don't stand a chance.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciate, and I do hope the same. Yes, thank you.
But we will stand a chance. In school, they usually say, by God and this big right hand. Right? Well, by God and this big right hand, we will survive. We will put the measures in place as our minister's message to us. And
of course,
all the other lectures, which I think you will continue joining us, you will hear what the ministries and other sector brings to this thing. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving along. At this point in time, I want to invite Ms. Sydney Montague to the podium to introduce our next speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Steve Smythe. Dr. Steve Smythe is an assistant professor and researcher at the Faculty des Sciences at the State University of Haiti. He graduated from Purdue University in 2016, where he obtained a PhD in physics. Dr. Smythe also graduated from Purdue University in 2016, where he obtained a PhD in geophysics. Dr. Smythe also has a background in civil engineering from his alma mater, the Faculty des Sciences of the UEH. And since 2016, he has also been working with ERGEO, a research group of geosciences at the Faculty des Sciences, where he is conducting research in the geodesy as well as seismology. His research focuses on using geodetic data to model active crustal deformation on the Northern Caribbean and Hispaniola Island. Lately, Dr. Smythe has been central in the development of the new seismic network for the State University of Haiti. This newly built seismic network was crucial to study the seismic source of the 7.2 earthquake in Nips, Haiti, 2021. Please assist me in welcoming Dr. Steve Smythe.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. I don't know if you guys can hear me well. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Steve Smythe. I am an assistant professor and researcher at the State University of Haiti. I'm a specialist in the field of geophysics and seismology. Today, I will be talking about the January 12, 2010 seismic disaster and the long recovery process that the Haitian people had to go through following this catastrophe. First, when we talk about the January 12, 2010 Haiti earthquake that destroys Haiti capital and other nearby cities, we mostly think that the earthquake was one of the very big ones in the history of the world. In fact, the January 12, 2010 magnitude 7 event was a relatively large earthquake. You can say it was a strong earthquake. We all should know by now that to compare earthquakes, seismologists use a logarithmic scale. Therefore, shakings from a magnitude 8 is about 10 times stronger than those of a magnitude 7. In this plot that I'm showing here, I'm showing the number of casualties with respect to the size of earthquakes for different regions in the world. The horizontal axis shows the size of the earthquakes, and the vertical axis shows the number of casualties by thousands. As one can see, generally for magnitude 7 to 7.6, we do not expect more than 50,000 deaths. There's a few exceptions. For example, the Turkmenistan 1948 event that caused more than 100 deaths. But when we consider the Haiti 2010 magnitude 7, it was far more exceptional, with officially more than 220,000 deaths. The damages were unbelievably important. Each Haitian family who lives in the area has lost one or several friends or family members. Here's a picture of part of the downtown Port-au-Prince, which is mostly a commercial area. In red are the buildings that were destroyed during the event. 97,000 homes collapsed. 188 more were severely damaged. Destruction goes from 30 to 65% in Port-au-Prince area, and more than 50% near the essential area. 4,000 schools were destroyed. From 30 hospitals, 8 collapsed and 12 were severely damaged. The economic loss was the equivalent of twice the GDP of the previous year, which is 2009. Here's a picture of the presidential palace that was destroyed before. This is the beautiful palace that we have. And then after, down there, you can see the damage. Here's a picture of the Cathedral of Port-au-Prince before and after also. This is a picture of other public buildings, government buildings, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Health, the Judicial Palace, the Parliament, all of them destroyed. The process to rebuild most of the important government buildings started a few years after the event. Here, I show a series of final models for some of these buildings. Some of them are fully rebuilt now, but some of them are not. For example, the Financial Palace, the Commerce Building, the Ministry of Interior, all of them are fully built now. This is a picture of the Triumph, which is an historical amphitheater in downtown Port-au-Prince, the SIMO building, which is a specialized police group force. They were rebuilt after the earthquake. Some of the not fortunate neighborhoods that was destroyed was being rebuilt with the help of NGOs and international organizations also. This is a picture of neighborhood in Uptown Pétionville before and after. During the earthquakes, that's what happened. And then after the reconstruction, this is the state of this neighborhood. This disaster was obviously the result of decades of very bad practices in the construction sector. Most of the houses and buildings in Haiti are built by technicians with very poor knowledge in the field. The quality of the materials used on the market was also very bad. The use of masonry with lateral reinforcement was not very popular in Haiti. Therefore, the first step in the reconstruction process were a full assessment of what was left of the infrastructure and a full-scale training for these technicians. The Ministry of Public Works developed a series of documents and regulations to encourage people in the sector to adopt good construction practices. They developed the practical guide to reinforce more buildings. because they had to repair some of them that were not totally destroyed. And then they also developed a guide of good practices for the construction of small buildings using reinforced masonry. And they also adopted during 2012 the National Code of Building of Haiti. This earthquake was not the first major earthquake to strike Haiti. Why does it look like everyone forgot about the problem before 2010? Well, here I'm showing you a seismic hazard map before 2010 of the Northern Caribbean. This map shows the largest shaking to expect for different positions in the region for the next 50 years. Each color represents a level of shaking. Green is extremely low, from 0.2 to 0.8 meter per second square. Yellow is significantly low. Pink is moderate, and red to brown is high, 4.8 meter per second square and more. As one can see, Haiti is in the yellow. And this map was produced by the best seismologists in the world. They were obviously wrong, but why? They were wrong because there was no instrumentation in Haiti at the time. In order to measure the seismic activity in a region, you need a local seismic network, seismometers, to do that. Since there was no data collected in Haiti, the existing model did not show important seismic activity there. It looks from this figure that seismic hazard in the Dominican Republic was more important than in Haiti. Why? Because right next to the DR, the Puerto Rican seismic network had captured part of the seismic activity that occurred in the eastern portion of the island. So no data, then that means no significant seismic risk. After the earthquake, rapidly, the scientific community developed a more accurate seismic hazard maps for the region based on the regional geological faults. Here's the Frankel et al. 2010 seismic hazard maps with area surrounded the geological faults. And these are the area with high risk of seismic shaking in the future. Also, with the help of several international organizations, public institutions involved in the reconstruction process implemented the microzonation of Port-au-Prince and surrounding areas. These maps are very important as they provide to engineers and builders crucial information that they can use to build safer infrastructure. In the following years of the earthquakes, the Bureau of Mines and Energy, with the help of the international scientific community, will create the local seismic network to monitor seismic activity in the region. Maintaining such infrastructure is very difficult as it is expensive and requires very skilled technicians. Later, near 2017, URGO of the Faculté des Sciences of the State University of Haiti will include newly available non-conventional seismic sensors to expand the seismic network. These are plug-and-play seismometers that are hosted by Haitian citizens who are willing to offer free internet and electrical power to keep these instruments working. These people are what we call a seismo citizen. We also developed the ITSAIS database to locate in real-time seismic events in the region. These projects have been very successful. Here, I show a map of the seismicity measured from January 1st, 2021 to July 30th, 2021, just before the other magnitude 7.2 earthquake that will struck southern part of Haiti. So when we use the ITSAIS platform, we found for this period 685 earthquakes. For the same period, if we use the USGS NEIC catalog, we can only find 12 of these events. The success of the ITSAIS platform and the National Seismic Network will be confirmed during the August 14th 2021 magnitude 7.2 NIPS earthquakes. While there was no data collected locally to study and understand the January 12, 2010 earthquake, this one was being recorded by several locally installed and connected seismometers. This helped with the rapid characterization of the event. In the minutes that followed the main shock, we knew the size of the event, we know its exact location, and the type of the fault that created this earthquake. And down there, you can see a seismogram from one of the station that was functioning at the time. And we measure up to 0.33 G of peak ground acceleration for the region of Lekai, where most of the damages will be observed during that event. Here we show a picture of local scientists in the field 2 days after the NIP earthquakes. They were installing more instruments in the epicenter area to collect data from aftershocks that will follow months later. Contrarily to the 2010 event, we had to wait 3 to 4 weeks for international researchers to travel to Haiti to do this work. This time, the scientific response was being handled efficiently by local scientists. Here is a map of the instruments installed during this field work. Red and blue triangles are different type of seismometer that were installed in the field. Here are a couple of scientific publications that follow the event. We have a publication on one of the top scientific journal, Science. Citizen Seismology helped decipher the 2021 Haiti earthquake. And the New York Times even have an article talking about this experience. Citizen seismologists tracks Haiti's earthquakes. The State University of Haiti has been strengthening its capacity in the fields of seismology and geosciences in general since the catastrophic 2010 event. We're the only research lab in geoscience in Haiti. They have scientists with degrees from top universities in the Western world now. They have also developed a geosciences master program since 2017 with the collaboration with several professors and scientists from other universities in the world. This is a small group of research and a small master program, but we are now with the third group of students that will be graduate from this program. We have collaboration with École Normale Supérieure from France, the Graduate School of Oceanography of University of Rhode Island in the US, Géoasio in France, Université de Liège from Belgium, Université Catholique de Louvain, also from Belgium, and the Observatoire Volcanologique and Seismology de Martinique in the Martinique as well. In conclusion, the 2010 Haiti earthquake was one of the most fatal in history. The damages, which up to 50% of the homes near the epicentral areas, the economic loss was gigantic, twice of the GDP of the country. The recovery process was slow and partial. The reconstruction of very important public buildings started a few years after the event. It's still continuing. Significant efforts were deployed by the public institution to promote and impose best practices in the construction sector. More sophisticated tools were developed and being available to civil engineers and other construction professionals in order for them to use information that can help them design safer buildings. The implementation and development of local national seismic network is a success.
data recorded from this seismic network was crucial to understand key aspect of the 2021 NIPS earthquake that struck the southern part of Haiti. And I think that's all. I will remind you that today is May 18th. This is the Asian Flag Day. So happy Asian Flag Day to you. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay. We'll take questions for Professor
Yes.
Smythe.
Sure.
I'm asking a lot of questions. Dr. Smart, that was a very good presentation. I'm Sean Thorpe here, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering and Computing. So the Haitian experience resonates very well to us here in Jamaica. I can relate to that very well. And in your presentation just now, you really pointed out some very useful constructs of the scientific method of how you have been analyzing earthquakes, particularly since 2010. And you did point out that, you know, earthquakes have been happening before. But I want to go a little bit closer to how you have positioned these seismic sensors across the country. I want to understand a little bit more about the zoning of how you place sensors to pick up the data that you are using to inform, you know, historical analysis with respect of what, you know, the country's current position is and potentially what its future position is. That's one question. And then the second one is, from what you're picking up from the data based on the studies, because you have quite a few associations with other universities, and I'm going to have a call to action that we need to probably partner with you and some of those universities here in Jamaica to do similar studies. But I want to know in the context of the second question, are you picking up any activities now to suggest that you may need to rezone anything inside the country? Do you need to, will the people have to move to other areas? I just want to have a sense of what the data is saying and how does it affect the population at this time in terms of those zones. I hope my concerns or comments are clear.
Yes, it's clear. It's clear. Okay, thank you for your question. If I understand, in the first part of your questions, you wanted to understand how did we choose the sites to place our instrumentation. The seismic network itself includes two types of instruments. We have what we call conventional instruments, basically GURAP or any very professional type of seismometers, mostly large bands. We can place them anywhere that we assess that is safe for the instruments, because we don't want them to get vandalized and stuff. So, but these are very expensive ones. We cannot afford to have plenty in the country. So we try to spread them in, to have one of them in each department. We are not there yet, but that's the goal. But besides that, we have also those Raspberry Shake instruments. They are not that expensive and they are easy to use. We offered the possibility to Haitian citizens to host these ones. We give them to them, we install them at their home. So therefore we can afford to have plenty of them. Now, there's another problem in Haiti, that because in rural areas, we do not have
I would say that internet connection is very difficult to find. Therefore, we have to talk to people who know people so that we can find a very good place to place these instruments. There's a site called, the platform is online, ITCAs. If you go there and you can see how many instruments that there. Now we have more than 24 seismometers that are online, and we can get the data directly to our database, and we can work from that. So the idea will have to be, will be to have good distribution, the most uniform possibly distribution for the equipment, but we're not there yet. The second question was, yeah, I don't really remember. Can you please give me a hint about the second part of the question?
Yes, no problem. So the second part of the question was, okay, in the context of the zoning that you just highlighted.
Yes, I will hear that.
You remember now, right?
Okay, yes, we developed this microzonation. You're probably familiar with this concept, which divide the region within zones, and those zones, they can be I want to put it as simple as that. Some of the areas are safer than others. Safer means that one can build infrastructures, and if you use the basic recommendation from the Haitian code that was developed, these are not a very complex code. Therefore, if you use those recommendations, then you should be safe. But in other areas, if you want to build buildings such as hospitals and heavy buildings, you need to have, this will be more expensive because you have to hire and follow more complex recommendations. Therefore, sorry. Oops. What happened here? Oh, I just changed the camera for no reason. Yes, so there we found that there's some infrastructure that will be that were positioned in very dangerous area. Those will have to be repositioned in the future, but that is not for us to say. This will be a government decision to take. But I want also to emphasize that the work is still ongoing. We do not have a microzonation for the whole country. We only have that work for Port-au-Prince and surrounding area, and part also of the northern part of the country. So this is a work that we have to cover the whole country, so that we can decide where which infrastructure is not well positioned and where to actually move it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm gonna say a call to action is on the floor. You know, I'm usually famous for this, you know, ladies and gentlemen. A call to action, Professor Smith, is we want to set up a working group with you. I like the fact that you have all those working groups that you alluded to in your presentations, where
Yes.
where the University of Technology, Jamaica, and where you are there in Haiti, we could do a specific partnership. And I'm also having the same call to action to Dr. Atakas at the University of Central London, UCL, to let us have a constructive partnership on how here in Jamaica we could do some of that data analytics. You know, I was just doing a media broadcast, but the data collection is one part of the journey right now to understand what is happening. But the analytics, based on how you are working on that, where you are, is still a missing piece of the formula here locally that gives us a predictive assessment of where we are and how we can define some of those safe zones, like how you are positioning that in Haiti as you speak. Thank you.
Yes, we can definitely do that. We are interested in having collaborations with everyone, and especially that you guys are our neighbors. That would be great to combine data that we are collecting in different aspects. And also, I am the head of the Geoscience program. If we can have collaborations with the universities in Jamaica as well, we will be very happy to have it. Thank you.
Dr. Smith, lovely presentation. Thank you very much for that, and happy Haitian Flag Day.
Thank you.
I was in Haiti after the 2021 earthquake doing damage assessment of hospitals. All of them stood up remarkably well, with the exception of L'Hôpital La Cille, which was, I think, closest to the epicenter, which had severe damage, soft story failure. Do you know if, based on the work that you're doing, if the government has reconsidered the location of critical infrastructure closest to that fault line?
Are you talking about the August 14th earthquake?
Yes, the one in 2021.
Yes, there was a lot of damages in Lazio, really, because the epicenter was very close to that city. But for now, I don't think the government has a plan to relocate that hospital, or maybe the persons who are in charge of the hospital themselves, they are thinking about that, but I'm not aware of a government decision to move hospital right now, because the period is not really the best period to think about these very big public works, because we have to face with a lot of insecurity problems, and there's riots in the country right now. Hopefully in the next month, we will have to resolve those kind of problems, and then we can continue with the reconstruction process.
Okay, fair point, fair point. Just one other question, and I'm not sure if you would know, but the traditional type of buildings that you have in Haiti, I can't remember the name for it, but it's confined masonry in between wood elements, which the presenter before you also spoke about in Turkey. Do you have assessments or papers on the seismic behavior of those types of buildings? Anything?
From what I have seen, these are not very dangerous buildings, because if they collapse, then there's not a huge risk of the person who are inside to be severely hurt. But they do not resist very well to the shakings, because the concrete will not I don't know how do you say that, adherence with the words.
Yes.
Exactly. So they will collapse, but these are very light buildings. Therefore, they do not consist of a very big risk when it comes to seismic hazards. But you cannot think of heavy buildings that ways. These are, as you said, these are traditional ways that people build in rural areas. But in cities as Port-au-Prince, as the Lekki, or some big cities, they use mostly concrete. And if the concrete is a very fragile material, if it is not well mix, then there's chance that the resistance, the stress that it can support is not very well defined. So yes, this kind of constructions are okay for traditional homes, for very light homes, but not okay for very heavy buildings.
Not for critical infrastructure. Okay, thank you. Merci.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, I have, again, very good presentation. I have two questions. One, what have been done since 2010 in Haiti to increase the resilience of structures? And the second, how far are you with the reconstruction of Haiti in terms of damaged infrastructure? And what are the hindrances, if any, to redevelopment?
Can you repeat the second question? I lost you for a second.
Second question is, how far ahead are you with the rebuilding of damaged infrastructure in Haiti since 2010? And what are the hindrances to redevelopment, if any?
Okay. As I point in my presentation, the construction process is still on its way, and you have to think, since there was a gigantic damages, it's not gonna be easy for small economy of Haiti to rebuild what it has in a decade. We will have to continue with the process. The impact when we think about the decision that you can take to help people build better, it really depends on the economy. Therefore, the first decision that stakeholders in Haiti was had to take, they had to get in touch with the technicians, because most of the houses and buildings in Haiti are not being built by well-known experts, by engineers or architects. No, they are being built by technicians that are not very skilled in the field. Therefore, we have to give a lot of trainings to these, because we know that typical Haitian family cannot afford to pay an engineer. Therefore, the first documents that were developed by the Ministry of Public Works emphasize on the fact that these technicians can only help build small houses, 2 stories type of houses, not very large. And we give them very basic instruction on how to do it. And I think this has to help a lot, because most of them, the state, the government cannot really, it's not strong enough to control what they are doing on the sites, and therefore having them to know how to build simple houses using basics commands, that would be a very good way to start.
Okay, thank you, Professor Smythe. Okay, we're running along. At this point in time, I welcome to the podium Ms. Chanel Tyrrell to introduce our next guest speaker. Chanel.
Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden. Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden was appointed Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security on January 1, 2015. Mrs. Roberts-Risden is described as an ardent, energetic visionary with a dogged determination for success and a stickler for details. She was appointed Director of Public Assistance for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security in January of 2000 and later promoted to Director of Social Security. In January 2011, she assumed the position of Chief Technical Director in the Office of the Prime Minister. Mrs. Roberts-Risden's main area of specialization is social development and research. She spearheaded the design and implementation of the Program of Advancement through Health and Education, PATH, which is Jamaica's premier social protection program. Permanent Secretary Risden's vision is to see the modernization and transformation of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. She is a graduate of the University of West Indies, as well as received an MSc in Development Studies from the Consortium Graduate School. Please help me welcome Mrs. Colette Roberts-Risden.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Let me first start out by expressing my appreciation and thanks to the University of Technology, and in particular, the engineering department for spearheading this symposium today. I think too often we focus a lot on the disaster that we have grown accustomed to preparing for annually. So I want to commend the UTech and Professor here for this symposium today. I know sitting there, I've certainly, learned a lot and opened my eyes to many other things that have taken place. Now, is my presentation, how do I change it? Okay, all right. So while they bring up my presentation, I'll just continue to talk. About 22 years ago, I went to San Francisco, and I remember visiting a museum, which was an earthquake museum. And after visiting that earthquake museum, of course, I was only in San Francisco, I think 2 or 3 days. It was always in the back of my mind. It's an earthquake going to happen any minute now. But no, nothing has happened in the last 20-something years, and neither have I gone back to San Francisco because I do not want to have those thoughts in my mind. Thank God for living in Jamaica, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the danger. We see what happened from the previous presentation with Haiti. All right. So what is the role of the Ministry of Labor and Social Security? The government of Jamaica has developed national strategies. It's a little small. Is there any way to expand it? Has developed national strategies to promote more resilient development planning and better coordination response mechanisms. And let me at the outset say that we have the National Disaster Risk Management Council, which was established out of the Disaster Risk Management Act of 2015. Now, the National Disaster Risk Management Council is chaired by the Prime Minister, and some of us who follow what is happening around about beginning of May, the Prime Minister has an annual meeting each year where he looks at the annual state of readiness for the country to deal with hurricanes. Now, I'm going to be the first to admit, because I started out by saying it, that we have grown accustomed to preparing for what we expect, whether directly or indirectly each year. And I'm not going to say what that is, because 2023, we're not going to have that thing in Jamaica. Whatever it is, it's going to go north or south, but we will not have an event this year. So we are focused as a country, and as I said before, I'm going to admit, we're focused as a country on hurricanes. Did I just say it? Yes, we're focused on hurricanes. And so the National Disaster Coordination and Response Mechanism that we have for dealing with those types of events is the mechanism, from a social perspective, is the mechanism that if we were to have an earthquake, that's the mechanism that we would utilize. Now, the question is going to be, and I'm going to go through the presentation, but the question as I sat there in my mind is, if we were to have something like Haiti, well, not a 7, because I think based on our structures, we'll be able to stand up a lot more resilient to a level 7 earthquake. But the mechanisms that we have in place, will we be able to respond to assist 100,000, 200,000, you know, half of the population? That is something we have to really begin to think about. And before I go any further, I want to acknowledge 2 of my team members who are here, Miss Suzette Morris and Miss Jacqueline Shepherd, who are key. They're around the back there. They are key persons in ensuring that the ministry's coordinating mechanism works. And so we work along with a number of ministries, agencies, such as the ODPEM, National Security, Water, Health, and so forth. The list is there. What do we do? The ministry is the lead government agency responsible for humanitarian assistance in times of a disaster. These activities are executed using a multi-sectoral approach to include ministries, departments, and agencies, private sector, NGOs, IDPs, as well as FBOs. FBOs are faith-based organizations. We work in collaboration with the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency to coordinate all welfare activities, including regional response. So I'm not sure if we assisted in Haiti, but I know we have assisted, for example, when we had events in BVI and St. Vincent and the Grenadines from Jamaica, in terms of the humanitarian support that was provided from Jamaica to those countries. We played an integral part in that. Nationally, we chair the National Humanitarian Assistance Committee at the national level and the Shelter, Welfare, and Public Education Committees at the parish level. Both committees ensure preparedness of the response mechanism. Most recently, our response mechanism was called in for COVID, very new response. Many of you probably didn't know that, but we were very much integral in providing that kind of support. We are members of the Parish Disaster Committee, and that is at the local level. And we support the shelter management and shelter inspection on the ground. So if we have an event, whatever the event is, and remember I said the mechanism that we have for dealing with hurricanes and so forth, that is the mechanism that we would utilize. And I believe we now need to look to see how robust that mechanism would be in the event of a large scale devastation such as an earthquake. Are we next? Oh, we're there. All right. The ministry also provides welfare support to affected persons in immediate aftermath of disasters, in-kind cash support. We coordinate and lead post-disaster household damage assessment process. Now, this is not from an engineering perspective, but more from a social perspective. All right. We procure, receive, and store relief supplies. And let me back up to the point I made before from a social perspective. It's more in relation to identifying, okay, so if this house is totally damaged, how many families now do we need to ensure that we find alternative accommodation for them? So our approach, our responsibility is primarily that humanitarian relief support. So we procure, receive, and store relief supplies, including donations. And we have lots of questions being asked in Parliament now from donations, COVID. And in the case of the national disaster, we prepare the budget and any cabinet submissions for additional financial support that we may need to effect that relief. So we have an entity that is called the Central Food Organization, which really is a warehouse, a large warehouse that is managed by the ministry. We kind of try to keep that very inconspicuous. I think you'd know for obvious reasons. And in that warehouse, this is actually a real picture of that warehouse, just a small snapshot of it. In that warehouse, we do bulk purchasing and we literally stock food supplies that would be deemed emergency required, as well as other emergency items that may be needed in the event, in the unlikelihood of an event. We also support ODPEM with the storage of some of their equipment and so forth that might be needed. At the parish level, we have established lines of credit to be able to have the parishes respond immediately. So while we have the national stores, which is in Kingston, on the local level, because we do recognize that in the event of something, it may take us some time to get supplies out. There is arrangement with local suppliers, mainly large local suppliers, to access supplies that may be needed until supplies from our main warehouse gets into the various parishes. In executing our strategy, we work, as I mentioned before, we worked with ODPEM. We also work a lot with the World Food Program to implement to improve our systems, bringing them up to more world standards. We have rolled out the use of mobile devices because there was a time whenever we went out and we did these assessments and data gathering, it was all very manual and on paper. So now we are using tablets so that information can be captured real time and response can be quicker. We have implemented prepackaged emergency food kits and that is improving our arrangements with our suppliers and our ability to respond, as well as we're in the process. We have before, and I think we're in the process of renewing some of those arrangements with some of our partners for the pre-positioning of relief supplies regionally. So I spoke about the main warehouse. I spoke about the strategy that we have with the parishes, but we also have arrangements with some of our partners like the Jamaica Red Cross and the Adventist Relief Association, where we are finalizing with them using some of their warehousing or storage facilities to have supplies stored in the regions. Of course, I'm not sure if you guys realize, but we are challenged because we want to be prepared and we need to be prepared. My role is welfare. My role is ensuring that if there is a large event, that people don't starve in government shelters and so forth. But if I spend 20, 30, 40, whatever amount of money, pre-positioning supplies all over, supplies don't last indefinitely. And so you run into a situation of how do you ensure adequacy, while at the same time, I don't have things on my hand spoiling because we have been very fortunate and we don't have an event to utilize those supplies. So the ministry's operations, and I don't think I need to spend much time on this. We are in a constant cycle of preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. In terms of mitigation, one of the things that we have been doing as a ministry is helping to build the resilience of families. We are doing public education, public awareness. We've been conducting stakeholder meetings to devise strategies to improve response mechanisms and to build resilience of the vulnerable population. In terms of preparedness, just to quickly highlight, we operate the central food warehouse. We procure relief supplies. We conduct shelter inspections. We convene the Humanitarian Assistance Committee, national as well as parish level meetings. We mobilize stakeholders. We provide, we conduct assessments through the use of tablets. Our social workers are trained in first aid and CPR. Our social workers are assigned phones and so forth so that we can be in communication with them. Of course, if we were to have an earthquake, no, this is where my mind is going. Having sat here, if we have an earthquake and cell towers are damaged, how do we communicate? So, you know, while I have my ministry's mechanism worked out, you know, this symposium has certainly caused me at least, to be thinking of what then should we be doing if, for example, our cell phone communication fails and cell towers are damaged. Radio, Oddpem? No? We don't need towers as well. Okay, I guess it's satellite then. No, but it's a serious thing for us to consider in terms of communication. What do we do? You know, do we have sufficient alternatives around? I see somebody shaking their head saying no, which means that yes, we need to look at it and try to fix that. Pardon me? Train pigeons. Okay, yes. That's a very good idea. I agree. All right, next slide. All right, I don't think I need to go into that because I spoke about it already in terms of the emergency response. In terms of recovery, after an event, we provide emergency grants to persons. We coordinate various agencies for medium, long-term response to victims, including in-kind services and psychosocial support. We assist with minor home repairs and so forth. And for the most vulnerable among us in terms of micro businesses, we do assist persons who are micro business holders with getting themselves back on their feet. The Ministry of Labor and Social Security and the Humanitarian Assistance Committee partners, we are pretty much always in response mode. So even though we have not had a large event, when you hear of local and small scale events happening, such as fires and other localized things, it is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security that is providing that humanitarian assistance. When we had COVID and we had the lockdowns and communities were, the government was feeding certain communities, it was the Ministry of Labor and Social Security that was providing that kind of response and support. So I thank you.
Thank you, PS. Thank you very much. You know, when I called, this is Risden Roberts Risden, right? When I called her, I think it's 3 weeks ago, you know, checking up on coming here to the symposium, she gave me a little lecture, tell me, it is I who feed you when you have disaster. I didn't know. And I know many of you didn't know. She is the lady who is mandated to feed the nation when a disaster struck. And you hear about Ministry of Labor, you just take it casually. You don't even know the importance of that, you know? So now you know, right? I would love to know where the central warehouse is. So I can be first responder. Thank you, Madam Pierce. It's a good lecture. Oh, we're gonna do questions, but we're gonna take it quick because we're running behind time. Okay, so Professor Tarp, your answer.
All right. Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary. That was an enlightening point about the framework that the government has and how it has positioned itself. Call to action. I want us to look at applying grants to the scientific method of how we look at prevention. So we want audience with you and the ministry from UTech as to how we explore the scientific method of similar to what is happening in Haiti and similar to what is happening with in Turkey as to us moving this conversation beyond where it is. Because we don't want the nervousness as you suggested. We don't want to send out pigeons. I mean, the pigeons don't really reflect. We don't do pigeon engineering. I don't recall that anywhere in the curriculum, Dr. Stewart. So it's a call to action. That's my only contribution on the point. And I think it is well received what you have said in terms of the context of how the current government and how the administration has looked at the provision relating to dealing with humanitarian distress in the context of any type of disaster. We have to change the framework and start looking at preventative methods. And that is the audience to do the research that provide the response that will also help the policies of government. Thank you.
Daniel Price. Yes, thank you for your presentation. Quick 2 questions. In terms of your preparation in stockpiling food supplies, is there a system of rotation of the foodstuff? And also, what period of time would you be able to feed the nation after a disaster? Those are the 2 questions I have right now.
All right. Well, let me first start out by saying I want to disabuse you. My responsibility is in the event of a national event. So if there's somebody listening, sometimes what is said is taken out of context, and I want everybody to understand that. So we have responsibility for ensuring that persons who are in a vulnerable position. So I would not be feeding the colonel over here because I would anticipate that the colonel would not be in such a vulnerable position. But if the colonel was in a shelter, then I'm responsible for ensuring that the colonel is fed. I would not be giving the colonel food in his house delivered, right? I want that to be clear. Now, in terms of so while we store, and when you say stockpile, people might have visions of literally stockpiles. While we keep supplies in our warehouse, we have entered into arrangements with some of our large manufacturing suppliers to ensure that we have almost like preferential arrangements with them if we need. Now, because we are constantly responding to small events, and we do have other programs in the ministry, we do utilize what we have from the warehouse and replenish. So we're not stockpiling and leaving to just sit there for for a year or two. No, that now becomes a challenge that we have in terms of the regional locations. Because whereas from Kingston, I can rotate and utilize those supplies, within a timely manner. If I put them out now, if I put supplies now out, let's say in Westmoreland, based on the needs in Westmoreland, the demand may not be as significant. So that is one of our logistical challenges that we have to sort of be working through.
Thank you. As I sat there, I thought about the fact that you may have a natural disaster, which is national in nature.
Yes.
That might affect one area more than it affects the other. So we tend to believe that Jamaica is Kingston, but Kingston may be cut off.
True.
And would you, by your current setup, be able to deal with Kingston if Kingston is devastated? And I say that against the background that there may be need to consider having, I don't want to use the word stockpile, but for want of a better expression, have warehouses in other areas so that there is flexibility on the part of the ministry should there be a disaster.
Right.
An earthquake really does not give you 12 and 24 hours out.
And you're right.
And so it may be worth thinking that even if you store, there is a method of rotation of the stuff with one of your suppliers. So when it gets to like 14 days, there's a rotation of what you have so that you constantly have fresh supplies in your warehouse. The last point I'll make, it was with respect to communication after a disaster such as we are discussing now. And as you quite rightly say, cell phones that we have become so accustomed to might not be
we
able
don't
to,
leave home without it.
right. But there are other means of communication that the ministry might need to equip itself with, like HF communications that could work after a disaster such as this. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Colonel Price. And you are right. And I alluded to some of what you had said in terms of the ministry and its approach. Now, if we were to have something and a region is cut off, which we have in the past, we actually call upon the other national resources, which I believe you would be aware of, the Jamaica Defense Force. We have actually had the JDF, for example, assisting us in terms of airlifting supplies. It's not the most cost effective, but sometimes it is what you have to do in order to access an area that has been totally cut off. Some years ago, I think it was was it the Rio Grande Valley? Portland, the Rio Grande Valley that was completely cut off, and supplies had to be airlifted. Persons within the community had to use donkeys and things, going back to old technology in order to literally, maybe we need to just train some again, in order to get supplies. So yes, we do have various mechanisms that we use if necessary. All right, no other question. Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna take our coffee break. It's like midday now. we are running way behind time. But before that, we just want to thank our sponsors. Let me just call them out. Some good sponsors we can always rely on. JSIF, through Mr. Omar Sweeney. They rallied at any point of call. What we love with JSIF is that we call and we say we're in a spot for outside broadcasting. And he said, I'll do it, just like that. And when I called back and said to my dean and everybody, I said, Mr. Sweeney said they'll do it. Then guess who we get a call from? Nationwide. He did it. Maladoy Development Limited, Mr. Young, he is on the outside. This is another donor. Respond to UTech. I think he was born here. He responded. Other departments got his number from me and they have benefited from his welfare. I just said to him on the outside, whenever they call, you call me first. Because when I want you, I don't want to hear, you just give. More Concrete and Construction Company, they have donated. I think they're from Old Harbor. We just looked them up in the phone book and called them, and they sent on a check. Our good friend, Peter Jarvis, engineers. He never leaves us out. And you'll hear from him in the second half, right? We want to say thank you. Then Catherine Speak, that provide the water. Just one phone call to a friend that works there. And she said, oh, marketing manager is right beside me. Talk to her. And she said, okay, boom. So we are lucky. CL Environmental, good friend of the university. So we call on him and he gives. And to you all, we have guests here and thank you for coming. UWI, Portmore Community College, CMU, always with us, MDC, NWA, Minister of Labor and Social Services, and of course, my good friend, Commissioner Martin from the Fire Brigade, because he said to me when he accepted the invitation is that I am the one that looked at all drawing plans for prevention's sake, prevention's sake. And it's a lot of things we Jamaicans don't really know, the who is who, because all plans has to go to the fire brigade, and he is the officer there that's responsible, he and his team. And they can look at this and say, this is disaster in the making. And they send it back to the local parish council to say, this one not approved by us. And then they'll call back and get things changed. So it appears in Jamaica, and I sit here this morning, I feel very proud. I think we have a system. The thing is, we have a system and a slight system of resilience. I think we just need to work on it and allay the fears. Because what I heard in this first half is that every little thing we kind of have. When I listened to our foreign guests, I was shocked. We are in better state. We're in good stead. And I think it's true, all the agencies working together. I listened to PS Resident, they have it pat. I only want her to know that middle class suffer also, you see, ma'am. It's just that middle class don't say, me hungry, but they do. They swallow them pride sometimes, but they do. So expand your program to them. Right? And, you know, at this point in time, I want to invite you outside to share in a coffee break, a quick coffee break. We had allotted 15 minutes. If you can take it by 10, it's okay. For the speaker guests and the panelists, I think they have a platform. Up there, you go through that door, you'll have a lovely platform where you'll get your coffee and you can sit and interact. Promise me you'll do it in 10. 5 is on the program, but promise me. Thank you very much. That's what the German says. We're gonna commence. No, yeah. Yeah. Hey, shit. Oh my God. I didn't know. Okay. In our recognizing our sponsors, we had inadvertently left out one of our great sponsors, N.O. White and Associates. So it's a good thing when I went outside, I didn't have to duck. They understand. They know that sometimes I don't see well on the paper. So they know that. But Noel White and Associates has always been there for us. He was on council in the university. He's such an active person within the university circle. He's like a friend. Okay, are there others on the inside can come in now? We're gonna, Ashley Jade to the podium, please. Ashley Jade. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for bearing with us. We are behind time, we're trying to pick it up. At this point in time, I'm gonna call Miss Ashley Jade Chambers, a civil engineering student. All my people here are civil engineering students, to introduce our fourth speaker. Ms. Jade.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my esteemed pleasure to introduce Mr. Omar Sweeney. Omar Sweeney is an astute engineering professional with a wealth of experience spanning over 2 decades in the areas of civil and construction engineering and project management, working for several global entities, both in the local and international markets. He's also an active member of the Jamaica Institution of Engineers, JIE, having previously served as president. Mr. Sweeney served on the boards, on the Professional Engineers Registration Board, PERB, where he was elected as chairman for the period May 2018 to May 2023. He is the chairman of the UTEC Civil Engineering Advisory Board, and more recently, he was appointed to the Building Advisory Council effective November 2022 to present. Mr. Sweeney is the managing director of the Jamaica Social Investment Fund, JSAFE, which is a lead project management arm for the government of Jamaica. In his capacity as managing director, he has portfolio responsibility for the execution of several impactful social interventions and infrastructural projects within vulnerable communities across Jamaica. Prior to his appointment at JSAFE, Mr. Sweeney served in several senior leadership roles at the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited, JPS, and the Planning Institute of Jamaica, PIOJ. He also serves as the deputy chairman to the Prime Minister of Jamaica for the Zones of Special Operations, ZOZO. Mr. Sweeney is the holder of a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering, a Master of Engineering degree from the University of Florida, and a recipient of the Martin Luther King Scholarship. He has also successfully completed postgraduate executive training programs at the London School of Economics and at the University of Oxford. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Omar Sweeney.
Thank you for that introduction. I was worried today that I would either be just after lunch or just before. And I see that things just worked out kind of interestingly. You know, I wanted to, first of all, acknowledge certainly all the distinguished colleagues in the room. I see persons from so many different walks of life. And thank especially the University of Technology, in particular, our current host, Percival Stewart, on this symposium that is so important in Jamaica's development, Dr. Marva Blankson as well here, and the president and other colleagues that were here. And just to share a little personal story, I started out studying mechanical engineering because some would know that I like cars. And when the time came to go to school, I say, I want to do the engineering that teach me how to build a car. And so when I got to about heat transfer and them kind of things, I jumped that ship. And someone said to me that there is civil engineering. And I said, what's civil engineering about? It's about people, right? And I switched to civil engineering after 2 years of mechanical. And I did class after class after class, and nobody was talking about the people, right? There's forces and structures and all of these kind of things. And I think it's important that we come back today, and I was glad when I got the call. And Percy was very specific when he said to me, Mr. Sweeney, I want you to come here and talk about the community. All right, he was very specific. And so far, what we have seen in the presentations this morning is we saw two very technical presentations. We saw a sort of the ministry's presentation in terms of disaster recovery. And it tells us that resilience is an ecosystem, right? It's an ecosystem that requires several pieces to work together. And how do we move the thing now? Next slide. All right, great. So no, go back to the previous one, please. And so that ecosystem is something that JSIP is mandated to work in. And that means your vulnerable, underserved persons. The vulnerable and the underserved, as we see in so many disasters, are the most affected, right? They're the most affected in terms of numbers, and they're also the most effective in terms of what will happen. And we take that international perspective in terms of looking at communities, how they're exposed to disasters, how they prepare, and how we can reduce the impact of the disaster on the community. Of course, we talk about shocks. You know, we're at an earthquake symposium, and when you say shock, it may sound like the shock of the earth moving, but we speak about the financial shock, the economic shock, the social shock. Someone said linkages are broken down. This is what happens when disaster occurs. And so following our normal procedures of social inclusion, economic viability, feasibility of projects, this is the way in which we look at some of the things we do. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the short time we have here. Next slide, please. So if you were to look at it from a project cycle development perspective, we strategically will make our investments in hazard risk identification, planning and prevention, mitigation and adaptation, social and economic resilience, and operations and maintenance. And the first three that you have on the board there, the hazard risk, the planning, and the mitigation and adaptation, strikes at the core of community resilience. And so it's easy when you go into a vulnerable type community and you say, well, the housing stock is not good. They don't have access to utilities. The road is bad. Those are things that jump out at you as the obvious. But if they're living on the side of the gully bank, or if they're living and established on slopes, right? Or if they're living in a riverbank or a floodplain, okay, then you have to design a different type of intervention. Otherwise, you're not striking at their ability to be resilient when disaster strikes. We know that Jamaica, and you were said about earlier, we have what's known as a triple threat. There's the hurricane, there's the earthquake, and then there's the flood, right? Now with climate change, there's the drought, right? There's tsunami, and then some would say even crime now is like another one, right? And so social and economic resilience is normally broken down in two parts. right? The ability of community cohesion is important because, when we say social resilience, and I pause to recognize some of my own JSIP team, Mona, Dwight Ricketts, and David Hall, Dane McLean. They're all here, and these are my advisors. So I just saw them up there. I'm like, I need to make sure. So, but the social resilience means are community groups well established? Are the groups functioning? Do they have a legal structure? Right? These are the things that build, these are, if you want to say, hidden structures that rely in a community. And why is that important? That's important because, as my previous speaker, the PS was speaking a while ago, if communities are cut off and you now need to airlift equipment in there, there can't be chaos on the ground. You need to have a machinery on the ground. People who are established as community leaders, people who are accountable community leaders that will ensure that the most vulnerable in that space will also get access. So when you have these community meetings and you're doing these things and making them aware of what can happen, and if something happens, this is what will happen. The JDF will come in, or ODPEM will come in, or the Ministry of Local Government, the parish councils will come in. They need to have an interlocutor, someone that they can relate to. So that's what social resilience speaks to. Economic resilience. Economic resilience is something that we are focused on now in making livelihoods in communities more sustainable. People can earn where they live, right? Simply because that way, when shocks occur, they're also able to chart their way or help to chart their way out of the situation. So this is what we talk about when we say social and economic resilience. Operation and maintenance is something that is big in our, if you want to say, community development and our community resilience activities. Each project intervention has what we call software. And the software means beyond the infrastructure that is given. They're taught how to maintain the infrastructure. They're taught where to access the resources that is needed to maintain the infrastructure so that they themselves can also be in control of that which they receive. I mean, I'm showing you here a fishing area on the Ports Royal Street revetment. That's the one downtown. And if you remember, prior to that, when you drove along that aspect of roadway, you would see the boats parked just about anywhere somebody feel they want to park it, right? A part of what was done was the community was engaged. We agreed on where we will reestablish a new beach for them to moor their boats. And they became a part of the development of that area. So once we leave, they have all the tools and technology, awareness to maintain and keep that area the way it is. And that's how you'll see it if you drive downtown Kingston today. But that's a part of making it theirs. It's a part of making it theirs. Next slide. Okay, so what I'm speaking to, simply people-centered, participatory approaches, the inclusion of vulnerable groups, right? Empowerment through capacity building, and of course, moving the needle from disaster recovery to disaster reduction. Okay, that's what we're talking about. What we're talking about is, I was glad when PS Resident Roberts was here because she said they focused on disaster recovery, right? Something happens, the warehouse sends out the food, everything else. But what happens 2 weeks after that, 2 months after that? What are the systems that are there? So we focus, in our entity, we focus more on the disaster risk reduction, the DRR, and of course, redevelopment of once it strikes. And you notice the speaker from Haiti was speaking about the fact that now because of crime, the recovery process has been slowed down from 2021. Okay, and so there are cross-cutting factors that will always affect recovery. Okay, and so, You know, we have to think, if I come back a little bit to the Jamaican context, which is something we do, especially in urban areas. In urban areas, if you think about resilience to an earthquake, and you think about Denham Town, think about Walton Park, think about Greenwich Town. When we allow, and when I say we, we're all here, when we allow derelict structures to stand abandoned, beyond the fact that they are a crime risk, right? If the ground shakes, somebody is vulnerable in that situation, right? If the ground shakes and people run outside, you can have unnecessary deaths. As a system that is building resilience for the entire country, these are things that we have to look at. Oftentimes we look at the obvious things. New buildings going up, are they safe, right? But what about abandoned, derelict buildings that have no accountability, but are a risk to the public, right? So let's talk about that. The inclusion of the contingency emergency response component in loans is something I put here, so we understand that overall, as a part of our resilience as a country and building the resilience of communities, it's a multi-pronged approach. The multi-pronged approach would mean there is a catastrophe risk insurance facility, the CCRIF, Caribbean Catastrophe Resilience Insurance Facility. That facility triggers once there's a disaster, there's an epicenter, or there's an eye of a storm that triggers resources to the country. There's a catastrophe bonds that the government has placed on the international market that will trigger if there's a catastrophe. There's also what's known as a CIRC. The CIRC is our multilateral financing that would be in place, in particular in the World Bank, has a component that in the event of a disaster, these resources can be reallocated to support recovery immediately. Finally, there is what's known as the Green Climate Fund accreditation, which is also financing that's related to support countries, small island development states, in particular with disaster risk reduction financing. So a part of the ecosystem is to ensure that you have the requisite resources in place, that when disaster strike, you're able to reach out to the vulnerable population. Next slide. This is just speaking to some strategic priorities we have. Of course, we know alignment with Vision 2030. We know that the level of public infrastructure and the capacity building of the persons who interact with infrastructure is important. And I like to speak about the capacity of persons to interact with infrastructure, right? And it comes back to the first point I made. We're no longer in a time where you just provide a technical solution and hope everybody can work with it, right? Things are dynamic. We have to ensure that infrastructure that is provided is fit for purpose, right? Infrastructure that is provided is fit for purpose, meaning we use schools as shelters, right? That's what happens. We use schools as shelters. And if there is a disaster and the schools are converted to shelters, we have to consider now, where will the school be? Right? Where will the school be if the shelter has to be used long-term, right? We have to consider gender considerations when we make shelters in terms of restrooms and private facilities. We have to consider mothers when we consider shelters and mothers and newborn babies, things like that. Those are things that come into the equation as you start seeing more frequent events that are affecting communities. It's no longer a time where you just pile up everybody in the shelter and say 2 days, go back home, right? So we have to have infrastructure that is compatible with that. So instead of having a school that's converted to a shelter, what you may be doing now is you develop a school with the idea that a special portion of the school will be so fit to accommodate a shelter if needed, right? So partnership, of course, is critical. I mean, no one entity can do everything. And so the partnership with the agencies, the government agencies and others is important. Next slide, please. Just to speak a little bit about some specific interventions. At JSIF, we have a specific portfolio that strikes to disaster vulnerability. And our DVRP really is that portfolio, and you will see we have some specific targets. Under the DVRP, we are supporting risk management in the wider context of sustainable development. So under the DVRP, we have some specific investments. We invested in 3 fire stations. Those 3 fire stations in Montego Bay, in Yallas, and in Port Maria are specifically targeted not only about fire, they're not just fire stations anymore, right? They are emergency response centers. They're call them EMS. So they contain first responders, they contain what you call ambulatory services, right? They contain persons who go out and build also the awareness of the communities around those stations, right? At the time we did this work in Port Maria and Yallas in particular, that resource was almost non-existent, okay? And so these upgrades, not only of the physical infrastructure, but the fire brigade is now providing and having the space to provide additional staffing, additional equipment, to provide that sort of disaster support enables the 20 and 30 communities within that area to be more resilient to when disaster strikes, all right? Our ICDP, of course, which is our urban portfolio, our urban renewal portfolio, sports more around access to infrastructure, ensuring that drains, ensuring that waste management and green spaces exist. But one of the things that we also have to ensure in these spaces, what I said earlier, we have to ensure that persons' homes, informal settlements are reduced within the context of government. We have to ensure that if persons are living on the gully bank, we encourage them to move, or we work with the social housing program to have them relocated, right? These are the ways that we make communities more resilient, remove them from vulnerable situations. And then finally, you'll see our rural program is aimed at stimulating economic growth and resilience. And the preponderance of poverty is in the rural areas. And what we try to do is to ensure that we can lift the economic livelihoods in these areas in a way that they don't practice unsafe, or they're not forced to practice unsafely. And so that's the diversity of our investments, which we put at the grassroots to see to it that we can make the communities more resilient. Beyond the 3 fire stations, next slide, please. I can't find it. All right, beyond the 3 fire stations I just spoke about, I know that I'm having a challenge. Okay, end of presentation. The end.
I was just going to this, go to binoculars. Next, yeah, that one, yeah, thanks. All right, so I spoke about the fire station. The picture is, of course, the Western Regional Headquarters of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. And so that's what I was speaking about in terms of being a multi-purpose facility, beyond just being a fire station. But beyond the fire stations, I know there'll be a presentation later today by, I see the name here, it's leaving me now, but there'll be a presentation from Professor Mitchell on the seismic infrastructure, which we participated with the unit at the UWI in really working to bring to Jamaica the type of technology and the type of network that would enable, of course, the research and information to be present. And that we saw in the presentation from Haiti in terms of how much or how important it is that we have local information available to us so that we can really know what's happening. And I look forward to that presentation. And then beyond that, the Jamaica Building Code, right? We have been financing the editing of the Jamaica Building Code that will make it adaptable to our current conditions here in Jamaica. And we've also invested in what's known as the NRIP, which is a National Risk Information Platform, right? And this is to provide the data set. We've studied 8 coastal towns across the country, and we've also developed this risk information platform, and we're also financing a microzonation infrastructure for the country. And these are the important elements, coming back to the ecosystem. These are the important elements that will allow the government, the ODPEM, the government agencies, your ODPEMs, your MLSS, your local government, your parish councils, to have access to the data at the community level, right? In their particular zone, not broad-based information, but to have access to the information. And so at JSIP, these are strategic investments that we're making. So there's 2 sides to it. There's one side where you're investing in sort of the macro investments that will allow government to provide services and allow citizens and residents to be able to receive the services of government. But then at the community level, we also have to build local government, local governance, participation, identify leaders, and enable engagement and discussions so that when the 2 shall meet, God forbid, that we can have a resilient network. That's, if you can appreciate the design, that's the design of what we're trying to achieve. Just a couple more things, because I put them here only so we can understand that, I mean, while an earthquake has a significant, next slide, please. Yeah, while an earthquake can have a significant negative effect, DRM as a whole is something that we have to practice every day, right? It's something that has to be a part of us. And so we continue to work, especially around the impacts of climate change. You'll see coastal protections, flood preventions, water harvesting, of course, is something that breeds independence. Next slide. Promotion of protected agriculture is something that we're using more renewable energy in terms of bringing, this is what I speak to about bringing resilience and independence at the rural level. And then finally, environmental management, which is solid waste management, maintenance, training, and of course, vector control. These are just some elements that we use to keep communities engaged, right? To keep them engaged around operations, around maintenance, around disaster management. And so if, God forbid, you have a shock, you'll have persons, these are persons who are active in communities. They may be environmental wardens, but they're persons that people look to in times of disaster to say, what should we do next? What's going to happen next? So we create a network within the communities, and that's how we're able to anchor the resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Sweeney. Joseph, we're not gonna do the question. We just try and go to the lunch break, and then when before the lunch break, we just ask Q&A and go into it. Right, like I said, we're running behind. Thanks for the insight into the community resilience stuff which you spoke to me about. I didn't know it gone that far, and I hope everybody would understand what Mr. Sweeney is talking about, because Joseph has been out there working. Years ago in Montego Bay, I witnessed they do a drain, and I was naive to what Joseph said, drain. I said, drain, huh? No, I realized, because the community, they did it in Flanker. It was really what he spoke about, you know? So while Joseph is doing that part, we thank them, and we thank you, sir, for coming here and sharing with us. At this point in time, I'd call TJ Stevens, one of us, right, to introduce the next speaker. TJ.
Distinguished guests and invitees, good afternoon. The pleasure is mine to welcome our next presenter, Ms. Michelle Edwards. Now, Ms. Michelle Edwards has over 20 years of experience in the field of disaster risk reduction and management. She had oversight for the National Readiness Program, the National Mitigation and Risk Reduction Program, and their strategic direction. She provides leadership in response coordination for disaster events in keeping with the mandate of the organization and in executing best practices to inform the ODPEM's goals and strategic objectives. Michelle holds a Master's of Science degree in National Resource Management from the University of the West Indies, as well as a Bachelor of Science degree in Urban and Regional Planning from the University of Technology. She has also attended a number of training courses in emergency response and disaster management, notably the seminar on managing complex emergencies at the Inter-American Defense College, Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Ms. Michelle Edwards.
I was ably escorted. Thank you very much. Where is he? First of all, let me just say how very happy that I am. Pleased to be a part of this event, and the ODPEM also be a part of this event. Just want to acknowledge Dr. Percival Stewart and your team of lecturers and students at the university here at the faculty. I see so many of my colleagues. Hello. And of course, my own team. I see you all. Okay, acknowledge you. And of course, it is a pleasure to be here and to highlight the role of the ODPEM in earthquake preparedness. And that was the specific task of the ODPEM today. So, okay, so I'll just take us a little bit, give us a little background as to the ODPEM, how it came about. In 1979, I do believe, the focus, there was a flood in Jamaica, I believe Western Jamaica. And it would have impacted that section of the island significantly. And then there was a hurricane the following year in 1980 that would have impacted Jamaica significantly, that is Hurricane Allen. And after those two events, the agency came into being. The office at the time, it was called ODPERC, and it was primarily focused on response coordination. Of course, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so I just want to highlight this timeline now. After that time, then there was the 1993 Disaster Preparedness Act, and that made the agency a statutory agency. And then there was the 1997 Disaster Management Action Plan that was developed. And then we had, in 2008, recovery plan and strategy for the Upper Hope River for that event that would have affected us at that time. And then in 2012, there was, of course, Hurricane Sandy, I believe, that would have affected Jamaica, and we would have developed a recovery plan there. Then in 2015, we had the National Disaster Risk Management Act. And then in 2021, we have a model recovery framework. And currently, we have the National Response Coordination Plan, which was developed in 2022. So just to tell you a little bit about the ODPEM itself, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management has the mandate to ensure that proactive and timely measures are taken to ensure that life and property is protected by facilitating and coordinating the development and implementation of integrated disaster management and institute measures as may be necessary for mitigating disasters. The ODPEM has a keen focus on increasing resilience of Jamaica to disasters, and there are a number of actions that, of course, are taken to do so. So I think the next slide will take us to the functions. Oh, we can just skip this, but just to highlight we are now in the process of completing our comprehensive disaster risk management policy. And we'll be going into those consultation sessions that will now make the policy a white paper. So the functions of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. So develop and implement policies and programs to achieve, and I'm going to step outside to be more comfortable. Good. To achieve and maintain an appropriate state of national and sectoral preparedness for coping with all emergency situations which may affect Jamaica. We encourage and support disaster preparedness and mitigation measures in all parishes in collaboration with local government authorities, community-based organizations, and the private and voluntary agencies, respectively. Provide appropriate training programs and consulting services related to all aspects of disaster management, disaster mitigation, loss reduction, and management. And we plan and implement programs to enhance public awareness and the understanding of disaster-related issues, emergency management, hazard prevention, and other similar matters. And of course, identify and analyze hazards or emergency situations and conduct related operational research into their effects, and to establish and maintain and manage mutual assistance and cooperation agreements. So those are what get us through when we have a disaster event. Now, let's see what's on the next slide. Okay, so the recent activities of earthquakes across the region and the wider world have again heightened, have again heightened the devastating impacts of this hazard. Jamaica's location within a belt of seismicity, together with the several fault lines which dissect the island, exposes the vulnerability of the country to the risks of earthquakes. The problem of population growth in our cities and suburban areas will escalate the vulnerability of increasing population in such areas. Now, the specific concern for earthquake 2 is the possibility of multiple hazards. And I just want to highlight one of them, which is tsunamis. Now, historically, Jamaica has seen the effects of tsunamis following major earthquakes that have affected the country. And let's see if we go to the next slide. Right. That affected the country. Now, in 1962, in 1907, we had earthquakes. We also had a significant earthquake in 1957 and in 1993. Now, although we haven't had any significant earthquakes for a long time, I think the last one we had, which is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, several of us, I believe, felt it. There is therefore the need to increase awareness of the tsunami hazard as a threat to the wider Caribbean and Jamaica. Further, the limited preparedness and mitigation infrastructure for tsunami increases our risk to the Jamaican people. And one of the things I would particularly like to highlight here is the fact that we don't have the experience of a tsunami. And we haven't any experience of the 1916, 1907, 1957, 1990, well, 1993 earthquake. Probably some of us would have remembered that one. But just that lack of knowledge of what to expect also makes us vulnerable. And so it is something that is very real, and we have to continue talking about this thing all the time, because that's the only way, well, that's the way I would prefer us to get the knowledge, and not from actually having an earthquake. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the disaster risk management framework. So we have at the top of the framework, and PS Risden spoke about, her role and function in the framework. So we had a little taste of it already for the morning. But just to highlight that there are 7 committees of the Disaster Risk Management Council. And these 7 committees I'll get into it a little bit later. And then there is the National Emergency Operations Center. The chairman of council is the Honorable Prime Minister, and the minister is the deputy chairman of council. The minister that the ODPEM reports to is the deputy chairman of council. And then we have the 7 committees, and we have the National Emergency Operations Center. Then we have a similar structure at the parish level, because disaster management in Jamaica is practiced at 3 levels: the national, the parish, and at the community level. And so we have the parish disaster committees that and they have their disaster units in the parish, whether they be parish disaster coordinators or others. And then we have the subcommittees as well at the parish level: health and welfare, public education, emergency operations, communication and public utilities, and finance and administration. And then at the community level, we have a similar sort of setup, because we preach that at the community level, they are really the first responders. And, we may not be able to get to all communities in Jamaica, in time or in good time to respond to a disaster. And so we teach communities to be prepared. And so we have a structure at the community level as well. And it's called zonal committees or community disaster risk management groups. And we have the group, then we have cert teams, and of course, all of this at the community level is voluntary. I think the next slide will show us the committees now of council. Right. So these are the committees of council. There are 7 of them. And oops. Right. So we have prevention and mitigation is chaired by the RPM and co-chaired by NEPA. And the prevention and mitigation, they really deal with all of these DRR type activities, concerns, climate change, disaster risk reduction. Then we have preparedness and emergency operations is chaired by the Jamaica Fire Brigade. And they are really the ones that deal with response, search and rescue, all of those things that will be very critical in an earthquake response. Then we have the humanitarian, and it's chaired by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, and PS, she spoke about that already this morning. Then we have emergency health planning, and it's chaired by the Ministry of Health. And so when we had the pandemic, you know, all of the instructions in terms of the subject area of COVID was coming out of the Ministry of Health to help to have the system function and to, you know, pull the coordination together for the response that was required. Then we have public education, because information is very important in a disaster. And, you know, we have all of these misinformation and that kind of thing going around. And so authoritative sources of information is very critical to any decision that we need to take. And then, of course, there's recovery planning, and then there is finance and administration. And we know recovery is probably one of our more weaker areas, but we are making a lot of strides in that area now. So, okay, let's just bring back up my. Okay, so now we are at the point where we're looking at some of the preparedness actions that the ODPEM would execute for earthquakes. Now, enhancing public awareness of seismic risk is a very critical, extremely critical role that the ODPEM plays in preparing the nation. Now, these include sensitizations in schools, across ministries, departments, and agencies, and various businesses. Now, the sensitization program includes information about our vulnerability to earthquakes and what we do in the event of an earthquake. We encourage institutions to develop an earthquake response plan. And of course, this plan would outline the actions that need to be taken, the roles and responsibilities to be executed. And the ODPEM also guides businesses in developing their business continuity plans and the contingency plans. Now, in the sensitization program, training program for ministries, departments, and agencies, we encourage the need for clearly defined evacuation routes and the need to have and to train an emergency response team. Now, these are very important actions, because if there was an earthquake and, you know, somebody got trapped, you know, the persons that you here at the university, maybe the first persons that will be called on to respond. And so when you know what to do, when you're trained and you know what to do and how to do it, then it will make, of course, your response easier and more seamless. Now, things like prominent displays of emergency signs and some simple actions, like, of course, these are non-structural. I know I'm at a structural engineering type forum, but just some of the practical things also that, you know, you can actually do to keep walkways clear and clutter-free, you know, and on the desks and so on, clutter-free. We also encourage that is an action that persons should take. Now, for businesses, a predetermined assembly point is to be decided, and these locations labeled and included in the actual plan of the business. In January of every year, between January and March of every year, the ODPEM observes earthquake awareness, and we have heightened awareness activities in that time. And so we have sensitizations, drills in schools and trainings and focus on businesses, and that is always a feature. Some of the earthquakes also spill over, you know, in earthquake activities spill over, as I said, into February and March. Conducting drills is also very important. Right, conducting drills is also very important. And there is an acronym, ARE, alarm, response, and evacuation, assembly, roll call, and evaluation. So those are some of the steps. These are the steps to be taken when you're doing a drill. In the alarm, it describes the type of alarm that you'll use. So it could be anything. Sometimes in communities, they use pot covers. Then, of course, you respond. So you would, if it's an earthquake, of course, we're talking about earthquakes. We know what to do. We take cover. We go under a sturdy desk and we protect our heads. And of course, then after the shaking stops, you evacuate. You evacuate the building to the designated assembly point area. And then, of course, you assemble at the assembly point, and then we try to now account for all of the persons that were in the building. And that's the roll call. And then, of course, you evaluate your actions to see if all of the steps in your plan was followed, and where you need to tweak your plan, you tweak your plan. Now, some of the other activities that are a part of the awareness, no, you go back to that slide. We're on that one for a little bit. Okay, right. So some of the other activities now for awareness would be think tank sessions. And the think tanks are really intended to engage experts and subject matter specialists on particular areas of concern or interest in the disaster risk management landscape. Our focus for earthquake preparedness this year was around engaging experts from the National Disaster Framework and Mechanism to focus on emergency responders and key experts in building and engineering disciplines. And I'm sure you would have seen all of that coming out of the JIS recently. Then there was a forum that was held in January of 2014. And from that forum held here in Kingston, it saw contributions from several professionals, locally, regionally, and internationally, and stakeholders from the full range of disaster management focus to bring their knowledge and expertise of seismic risk to bear. Now, out of this forum, we developed a framework for seismic safety actions, and a strategic roadmap was also developed. Now, the government of Jamaica uses a multi-sectoral approach to disaster risk management. And I'm very encouraged to hear all of the agencies and persons that have come up to present highlight their roles and responsibility, and you know it so well. So that means that the information is getting out there and the message is getting out there. Now, this approach includes the collaboration of public and private sector, local, regional, international donors and entities and volunteer organizations. Now, the efforts of key stakeholders also influence the policy direction for disaster management. Now, this rapid visual screening is an activity that we engaged in a few years ago, and it is a quick way of inspecting buildings, a building's vulnerability without doing any structural assessment. The methodology was developed by FEMA, and the ODPEM used this methodology in looking at some of its critical facilities. Those that, and of course it will highlight those that need detailed investigation. Now, training was also done. It was targeted at building inspectors in the various municipal corporations. But the program is put on hold given, the limited funding that we have to implement all things. But it is something that hopefully we would like to look at in the future. And then there are microzonation studies. And when Mr. Sweeney was presenting, he did speak about the JDVRP, and there are a lot of initiatives under that project that is looking at how we strengthen the disaster risk management framework and how we build resilience for disaster management. And under that, we have some microzonation studies that will be done. And Mr. Tanku, have you spoken as yet? No? Okay. All right. Well, you'll probably hear more about that when Mr. Tanku speaks. But currently we have, I think, about 7 that have been done already for Manchalili in Portland, Moran Bay in St. Thomas, Portland Cottage in Clarendon, Otario, St. Anne, Savannah Lamar in Westmoreland, and Black River in St. Elizabeth. That's 6. So these studies really help us in designing our programs because, the microzonation defines some specific seismic behavior for engineering design and land that will assist in engineering designs and land use planning. And so it looks at smaller areas and how they behave. Now, we also conduct earthquake scenario planning. And the earthquake scenario planning really looks at historical data. So we use a historical earthquake or some kind of dummy earthquake magnitude, which is supported by scientific modeling to have an appreciation of the damage impacts that could result from an earthquake of whatever magnitude. Now, we apply planning assumptions to the scenario, and that gives us a picture of what is exposed, what is possible, what the damage could look like, etc. And of course, this the planning is done against that background. So, we have done a few in the past, and it helped to highlight some of the weaknesses that we have in the system, which of course we tabled to address. Now, one of the things, secondary hazards, tsunamis. I want to speak a little bit about the tsunamis. Given this particular hazard that we know very little about, and we have never experienced in our lifetime, we have partnered with UNESCO in developing tsunami-ready communities. Now, to date, we have 1 such community in Jamaica, and that is Old Harbor Bay. Now, being tsunami ready means that the community would have a plan specifically dedicated to tsunamis. They would have gone through the development of that plan, developing standard operation procedures, developing an evacuation route for them to get out of the community, evacuate. And of course, it has a siren. So once there is a tsunami threat, the siren will sound and the community will evacuate. And as we know, communication is very important, and the ability to communicate is critical in a disaster. And I smiled when PS said radios, cell phones, and it is very true. What are we going to do if cell towers go down, right? So currently, we are implementing an improvement, communication improvement project that's funded by, I think, JICA. And it's a digital communication system, which will increase the coverage of the island for communication. This system will also enhance ODPIM's capability to warn, to give early warnings, and to convey the warnings to the community, as it will also be equipped with sirens. So 3 communities in St. Catherine will benefit from a siren and 2 communities in St. Mary when that project is completed. Now, the next thing I think I'm going to talk about is simulation exercises. Simulation exercises, they simulate an emergency situation to which a described or simulated response is made. So the purpose of a simulation exercise is to validate and enhance preparedness and response plans, procedures, and systems for all hazards, and of course, our capabilities. Now, it provides an opportunity to review and analyze risks, validate plans, processes, and capabilities, and it helps in identifying gaps that would need to be addressed. These are done both internally and, of course, externally. The ODPEM, we do them for our own preparedness and testing of our own plans. And of course, we also conduct simulation exercises for sectors. And we have done a lot of work with the tourism sector. We have done work for with the municipal corporations, the various parishes. And of course, we support exercises for entities like our air and seaports. Now, I think when we move to the next slide, we're getting into now looking at the role of the ODPEM when we have to respond to the chaos and to secondary threats and hazards. And we know that that whole system of response is multi-stakeholder. So we have multi-stakeholder responses that are included in the disaster risk management response. Now, the National Coordination Plan in the next slide outlines the coordination mechanism and functions to be undertaken to ensure that we have a coherent response. It plays a complementary role to the National Disaster Risk Management Plan and, of course, the standard operating procedures that are developed. It outlines the coordination mechanism and functions to be undertaken to ensure a coherent response. Now, the plan is divided into, I think, 4 parts. Part 1 of the plan sets out the mechanisms which will activate the plan and the levels of operation which addresses the type and magnitude of the emergency. It also describes the plan's scope, purpose, objectives, assumptions, authority, and institutional framework. The concept of operation detailing how the response is organized and how it will unfold, as well as the procedures for deactivating the plan are also addressed in that section. Now, in the part 2 of the plan, it outlines the standard operating procedures while stating the activities to be undertaken by all sectors, all actors, which have coordination responsibilities under the plan. And of course, it has 2 components in it. It looks at emergency support groups, which is the overarching lead for coordination, and then emergency support functions. So in emergency support groups, we have emergency support functions that support an emergency support group. So for example, the ODPEM is in charge of emergency management, that emergency support group. And then under that, we have functions like search and rescue. That is the responsibility of the lead for that is the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and so on. So that's just to give you an idea. And then of course, we have the part 3 of the plan, which looks at the annexes and other standard operating procedures, like the standard operating procedures for the National Emergency Operations Center. Now, whenever the National Response Plan is activated, then the National Emergency Response Center is also activated. And I think we'll see a schema on the next slide that gives us an appreciation for how that looks. So this is how the response coordination framework looks. We have the cabinet, and we have all of the various inputs where the national plans, the ministry department and agency plans, any specialized plans for example, an earthquake plan is a sub-plan of the national plan. So that's a specialized plan. And of course, we have our development partners and donor groups and our MOUs, mutual aid agreements, all of those things feeding into the system. Then, of course, we have the national response matrix and those emergency functions I told you about. And we have the, of course, sub-coordination groups, private sector, civil society, and volunteers. And then we have the National Emergency Operations Center, and various agencies and sectors also have coordination centers. So that is how we are able to now get all of the information, get a good picture of what is happening in terms of a situational overview of whatever the disaster is. We have that information fed in through all of those mechanisms, and of course the parish mechanism. So right, so the National Emergency Response Center, what it does, it relieves the chaos by making appropriate, informed decisions. And when we have a disaster, it really is a little chaotic at first because you don't have all of the information. And so, you know, it is sometimes very difficult to know where to start. And that is why the scenario planning helps us in any sort of disaster response, because we would have had some kind of appreciation before what could possibly happen, especially if we have an locational information as to where the particular disaster would have happened or occurred. It prevents any emergency from becoming a disaster. It coordinates emergency response using the multi-agency approach. And of course, its purpose is to save energy, money, and other resources through the coordination. So that is its reason for being. And this is just an idea now of the timeline for key coordinating nodes when the NEOC is activated. Now, of course, this one is for a hurricane. The timelines for this is a hurricane. An earthquake is quite different. So we, you know, when that happens, then, you know, it's different. But just to give you an appreciation of how it looks when it's a hurricane from 72 hours. And then this is just a schema of exactly how the NEOC is organized. It has a policy group, which is the executive. It has the operations group, which comprises all of the emergency responders. So that is the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the Jamaica Defense Force, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the National Works Agency, I think the utility companies, and so on. And then you have the information cell, which deals with all of the information to the public. And then we have, of course, admin logistics, because persons have to be taken care of when we are activated in the NEOC. And, you know, welfare needs and all of those things, procurement of emergency supplies, procurement of emergency services, and so on, would also be needed when we activate in an emergency. So just in closing, I just want to highlight in going forward now, one of the things that we will be focused on is the updating, testing of the National Earthquake Response Plan. So that is something that is on the cards to improve our earthquake readiness and to also look at earthquake readiness at the parish level. We also want to look at strengthening the mechanism to pre-position relief supplies across, you know, vulnerable areas. And, you know, that is basically how we are looking at going forward. There is an aspect that I didn't mention too much. It is the development planning process and the role that we play in that in terms of providing hazard information that feeds into that process. So when subdivisions are being approved and so on, you know, it has the benefit of having that kind of information. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I just want to say disaster management is everybody's business. I wish to thank you for your attention. And I just want to commend the university for the work that you're doing, for inviting us to participate in this symposium. And of course, we want to partner with you going forward as we try to build a resilient Jamaica. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Said this. Okay, I'm gonna have a little change of plan. We're going to take lunch now. I think the people who supply lunch, they're itching out there, you know, we're running. So we're going to take lunch now. Then when we come back, we'll finish up with the two speakers. I mean, it was scheduled for 45 minutes, but I think we are Jamaicans. We'll try 30. We'll try 30. We'll try 30. And then we come back here and we wrap up the two speakers and into the panel discussion. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna hand over my chairmanship to the head of school, Mr. O'Neill Joseph, for the second half, even though I should have wrapped up the last two speakers, but I yield to him, so he will wrap it up. Okay, so lunch is, where's lunch now? Where are the people who can tell us where? Where?
All right, so we have lunch in 47B. Oh, 47A7 and 47A8. That's on the taller building to our right-hand side. So when you step out, you'll be looking right at that building. You collect in the back passageway, same place we had the coffee break. Words. the items for coffee break, that's the same area. You collect it and you can head over. The area up top is still present for our speakers and panelists.
Resetting up for the panel discussion.
2. All right, so we're getting ready to restart. So if you're on the outside in the hearing of my voice, kindly proceed to come in. Just a bit of a housekeeping. We did not have the presentation from Professor Simon Mitchell, and therefore, before going into the panel discussion, we're going to be taking that presentation at this particular point in time. So let me, by now, you all should have it, and I'm hoping that the famous syndrome that they tend to describe after meal doesn't take effect. Right, good. So, Professor Mitchell, you'll be challenged to keep and maintain attention during your session. I'm sure you can, I'm sure. So at this time, I'm gonna have Ms. Smith. So we're still trying to get everybody inside. I did ask the security to, yes. I did ask the security to just pull on everybody who was in the other room. Great. All right, good. So apologies for that. Okay, so without any further from me, I'm going to ask Ms. Cooper to come and introduce the speaker in the person of Professor Simon Mitchell. Ms. Cooper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please welcome Professor Simon Mitchell, an esteemed geologist and academic known for his significant contributions to sedimentary geology and paleontology. Professor Mitchell holds a first-class honors degree in geology from the University of Hull and a PhD in geology from the University of Liverpool. Professor Mitchell has held various academic positions, including Professor of Sedimentary Geology. His research focuses on Mesozoic and Cenozoic sedimentary paleontology and the geological development of Jamaica and the Caribbean region. He has received prestigious awards, including the Moore Medal from the Yorkshire Geological Society, the Gleaner Newspaper Honor Award for Science and Technology, and the Chubb Award for Excellence in Geology, as well as the Vice Chancellor's Award for Excellence in Research from UWI. With over 150 scientific papers and 200 conference presentations, Professor Mitchell is an expert in sedimentology, biostratigraphy, macrofossil paleontology, foraminifers, ostracods, and paleoecology. He served as the head of the earthquake unit at UWI and frequently engages with the media on earthquakes and geology in Jamaica. Professor Mitchell's extensive experience in geological mapping and petroleum geology further enhances his standing within the academic community. Please join me in welcoming Professor Simon Mitchell.
Thank you. You did very well there. Lots of long words. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope people enjoyed their lunch and you can keep awake for a little bit. Yes, I was the head of the earthquake unit for 6 years. Now Kevin, who's here, and who'll be on the panel later on, he's now in that role, keeping him busy. So what I'm going to do is go through and talk a little bit about some of the things the earthquake unit does. I wasn't going to be boring and just tell you, just say, oh, we do this, but I was going to show you some of the things and the results we've got as well, and tell you a little bit why we have the earthquakes, and show you the most recent ones we actually had as well. So that's the idea. So you can go on to the next slide. I don't need to talk about that one. So next slide. Okay, so if we look at ourselves at the present time, Jamaica sort of sits in the top middle bit of the Caribbean plate. And that's what our problem is. Our problem is we're pretty much on the edge of the Caribbean plate. And I'll show you that in a little bit more detail. And the Caribbean plate is moving relative to the other plates around it. And for our purposes, it's the North American plate above, which is the one which is moving against us. And so because there's a movement, and you can see what it is, about 2 centimeters a year. Okay, so we got that much movement going on. Doesn't sound much, but if you think about 100 years, you think about 1,000 years, it builds up into a lot of stress being created on that boundary, and that stress has got to be released. And when that is released, that's when we get an earthquake. So if we go to the next slide. There we go. Ooh, that's 2 slides. Back one. Okay, so it's a little bit dark, but this is the actual real situation in our neck of the woods. And that boundary isn't a simple boundary. There's actually a microplate, what we call a microplate in the middle. Gonnevieve microplate there. And it's the faults on the southern side. You've probably heard of the Enriquaro Plantain Garden fault zone, the one that gave that devastating earthquake in Haiti in 2010. And it sort of comes off the Haitian Peninsula, comes across, comes into Jamaica, maybe the Plantain Garden fault, maybe the South Coast fault. I'll show you that in a minute. It sort of goes a bit diffuse through Jamaica, and then it comes out the other side and joins over here onto the Cayman Spreading Center, which is the deepest part of the Caribbean. In fact, about 5 kilometers depth. And it's at the top. It plays a video sometimes if you're lucky, but it's not doing it today. And that's got things like black smokers down there where you've got lots of hydrogen sulfide coming out and things like that. But it's this fault here and about half the movements along that. So through Jamaica, you've got to accommodate 1 centimeter of that movement every year. And that's what causes us the problems. So let's go on to the next slide. Some of the things that the earthquake unit actually does. So, well, we have a series of monitors across Jamaica. And there's different types. I'm not going to go into the details of them, but we basically record earthquakes, and it records both the information so we can work out where they actually occur, as well as a more detailed measurements of the actual acceleration. And the acceleration is the important thing in terms of when you're thinking about the engineering aspects of things. How the ground moves is very much important in whether your buildings stay up. So we do that. We also monitor, or rather Kevin does now, but monitor GPS stations across the island. So we used to GPS and using GPS to sort of help us find our ways around. But if you get very detailed GPS units, you can go take them back to the same place year after year, and you can see how that place is moving in real time. And so you can measure how different bits of Jamaica are moving, relevant to other bits of Jamaica and relevant to the Caribbean plate, the North American plate, and things like that. We talk to the media, lots of presentations, tell people about earthquakes, explain them, because people are always interested, particularly if they feel an earthquake. We lead a lot of different types of research. And I'll talk about a couple of those areas as we go through. Okay, so we can go on. This is just some of the stations. And these ones actually are the ones we use. And there's a couple of extra ones. It's an older map now. And when we get an earthquake, it's picked up, not necessarily all the stations. They may not all be running at the time. And you basically can triangulate into where that earthquake is. And by measuring the arrival of those and the energy that you pick up, you can work out how much energy is released, and that's where the number comes from. We've heard 6s, we've heard 7s and things like that. That's why we actually work that out. Let's go on to the next one. Okay, so magnitude is the big thing everybody hears about. So magnitude is when you get that 6 or that 7, it's a logarithmic scale. So a 5 to a 6 is 10 times, a 5 to a 7 is 100 times. So the amount of energy released is actually, so that's why you don't get a 15, because the amount of energy just it becomes impossible. 10s are about where you can get to. An epicenter, we hear about that. The epicenter is a bit on the surface, and somewhere beneath that is where the actual earthquake happened. And that will be at a certain depth. And so the deeper it is, the better it is, because you're going to feel less of the waves at the surface, or less of the energy is going to reach the surface. However, the Jamaican crust isn't that thick, so they can't be very deep in Jamaica. Intensity is about the damage that is done. Okay, so you can have a 7, but if it's really deep, might not do much damage. Therefore, it's a low intensity earthquake in terms of the damage it does. And then we get things like pre-shocks, shocks before a big earthquake, and aftershocks. Okay, and I'll show some of those as we go on. Let's go to the next one. This is that actual Haiti earthquake. This is actually an Alaska station. And the reason I picked that one is because it separates the different types of waves. And so your first waves that get there, the quickest ones that get there are called P waves. Second ones are S waves. And then you get the surface waves. And the surface waves are the dangerous ones. Those are the ones that cause the major destruction. Those are the ones that when you actually see a big earthquake, you don't believe it because the actual ground goes up and down like it's a wave. And it's the sort of thing that it just is unsettling to people for obvious reasons. And they got all names, but I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go on to the next slide. And then you get these things called beach balls down here. Okay, and from the arrival of the waves, they either go up first or they go down first. You can work out a little pattern like that. It's got a better name, but people call them beach balls. And the different patterns, so if you've got a black eye in the middle of it, it's a reverse fault. If it's got white eye in the middle of it, it's a normal fault. If it's a cross, we go on to the next one, we see that. If it's a cross, it's a strike slip fault. And that northern boundary of the Caribbean plate through Jamaica is where plates are moving side by side. So that's where you get these strike slip types of fault. Okay, so you'll see some of these coming up later on, but you see there's the white eye, here's the black eye, and there's a cross there. And of course, there are intermediaries between these. So you can solve these, and Kevin solves these, and if you get the solutions, you get that. Now, the other sorts of things that I've been doing for the last 27 years is trying to work out what the geology of Jamaica really looks like. So this is a summary map in here, which basically means I've been across most of Jamaica, looking at the rocks. And what you can see in here is you can see lots and lots of faults. but you can break it up into the important faults. That's next one. Right, so these are some of the more important or larger faults. And you might remember that Haiti was sitting over there and that fault was coming across, and it comes into Jamaica there on PG or SC, the South Coast or the Plantain Garden. And you'll notice the Plantain Garden one sort of curves up and goes off. So it doesn't actually go through that much of Jamaica. Now there's people who sort of continue it through the center of Jamaica, that RM, but that doesn't go all the way through either. But the South Coast fault goes all the way along. And the significance of that is the longer a fault is, the bigger an earthquake it can create. So we know that the Plantain Garden goes off to Haiti, so there's a big, long fault there. If that ruptures, that can give a big earthquake in Jamaica. If the South Coast one, which may well connect to it as well, if that ruptures, that can give a big earthquake. And you'll see, so the southern side of Jamaica, particularly that sort of eastern side, is the area where you might expect the largest earthquakes to actually occur. Let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so a few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, who felt an earthquake? All right, quite a lot of people felt an earthquake. Okay, that's that bigger beach ball up there by Bar. Okay, there's a little bullet sort of thing just below it. That's actually where it was. Now, what we've actually since had is 7 aftershocks. And I don't know if there's 2 have been felt. Has anybody felt anything in the last 2 weeks? 2 days, 3 days ago? No, well, they were felt by a few people, sensitive people probably, or people in the right places. Top of tall buildings, that's a good place to feel an earthquake. So you can see here that you've got a lot of these they're numbered 1 to 7. These are the aftershocks that occurred. And so what happened is that when that bigger earthquake happened, as a 4.9, it was deep enough not to be too damaging, but that's basically changed the stress patterns across that bit of Jamaica. Other faults were therefore changed in nature of stresses across them, and they gave earthquakes. And we're still having them. So we might get further ones beyond this. Okay, so that's the sort of thing that happens. You get these earthquakes. Now, if you've got a bigger one, then all of these would become pre-shocks, because it's the biggest one which actually governs this sort of thing. Okay, so that just shows it. So that's the most recent earthquakes we've got. There's one more up there, but that's really the most recent earthquakes we've had. The most recent one in the region was a 4.8 today in the Dominican Republic, Northern Dominican Republic, not far from Haiti, but not a big one. So we don't like big ones. Anything gets above 5, you start getting a bit concerned. Okay, next slide. Okay, so I thought I'd just say a little bit about really what's gone on with Jamaica. Well, Jamaica started off as volcanic islands, okay, back about 135 million years ago. And then they got basically amalgamated together about 50 million years ago. The volcanics stopped and everything was covered in limestone. And of course, we all see the limestone, the white limestone that we see everywhere. There's a bit of red dirt on top, which happens to have aluminium in it, but that's something there. And then about 14 million years ago, that fault from Haiti started coming through and started uplifting Jamaica. Before that, we didn't have a Jamaica really, a few little islands, something like that. Now we have a large island. It's there because of the earthquakes have uplifted it. So we've got to say thank you for that. Even if we don't really want the earthquakes to keep going. And we do know that the Blue Mountains is still going up, and it's going up by 2 millimeters a year. 2 millimeters, there we go. Okay, so that was a quick thing. So what do you think the oldest thing is in Jamaica? Okay, let's have a look. Go to the next. Okay, so that's the oldest sets of fossils, about 135 million years. But the oldest thing is actually these little crystals. These little crystals are the oldest ones we've got so far are 2.25 billion years. Right back before there was much life on the planet at all. And so they came probably from somewhere in North America, brought in by a river system when Jamaica was, before it was even thought of, as you say. Okay, all right, just a bit of fun, that one. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Okay, so we can look at the seismicity. This isn't a particularly modern one, but they always look very similar. They always have this big cluster. Okay, and that big cluster is, if you remember it, where that plantain garden fault curves up. So there's something going on in this area here. Unfortunately, that also happens to be pretty close to the capital city where most people live. Okay, so that causes us some concern. I mean, the rest of Jamaica there's not so much. Doesn't mean there aren't big earthquakes occasionally. The Montego Bay earthquake, 1957, was indicated, where the church at Malden fell down. So you did have the destruction at that time. But it's over here in this area that is the big concern. Most of those are small ones. And in fact, the last damaging earthquake was 2005 in central Jamaica. We can probably try and put it, let's go to the next one. We can probably try and put it on. Okay, there's another map showing Jamaica. We just put it on again, right. And you can see this, it doesn't work, it's a bit pixelated, but you see the clusters there. It's sort of under the Blue Mountains. Blue Mountains still going up. So the reason Blue Mountains are still going up is because we got all these little earthquakes. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. That's just, oh, I thought I took that one out. I didn't. That just shows you some of the beach balls across the actual island from selected ones. We've got Margaret, who used to run the unit many, many years ago. She solved these ones, and you can see there are all sorts of things like that. And you can see these sort of cross ones, which are the strike slip faults, and then you can see quite a lot of the black eyes, which are the reverse faults, and those are the ones that are lifting up different parts of the island. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is how Jamaica is moving. All different bits of Jamaica are moving. So for this, the Caribbean plate is made stationary. So you can see that Jamaica's moving with respect to the Caribbean plate. And if you look across Jamaica, you can see that the arrows are shorter towards the south and the west, and they're longer towards the north and the east. So what that means is that Jamaica is getting squeezed, which means the stress is building up on those faults, and that is going to be released by earthquakes. Okay, so it's an important thing to understand these sorts of things, because this tells us the stress fields. And you notice that the two offshore cays are moving at a lower rate than the rest of Jamaica. So you sort of this gradual change across Jamaican area, saying it's getting squeezed and it's going to deform, and eventually it will break, and by breaking, a fault will move. Okay, let's go to the next one. We'll keep going. Don't worry about that. Go to the next one. All right. So one of the things that one wants to do is to look at the hazards potential in Jamaica from earthquakes. And really, there are two things that are important. There's the actual probabilistic seismic, risk, which you can predict from the size of the earthquakes, which therefore you can predict by looking at the frequency of earthquakes and by the size of faults. The second one, which we've heard a little bit about, is a site-specific effects. Okay, so if you've got nice, solid, hard rocks, then they're not going to have much difference in the way they react. But if you've got lots of nicely soft clays, which are nice and flat, and excellent places to build on, except when you have an earthquake, that's the problems. So you've got two things to consider. You've got what we call these macroseismic type things and these microseismic type settings. There have been three main studies over the years. Two of them were basically done by the unit. One of them was done a couple of years ago. which have actually looked at the probability, the return periods of earthquakes, and came up with some estimates for how the ground will move. And this is all related to G, little g. I don't know who knows what little g is. Back to physics, for those who did physics. When you drop a ball, it drops gravity, yeah. So we talk about it in terms of Earth's gravity. And you get a return period is typically the 475 is what is used for construction. And there's also longer ones. So we can go to the next slide, and that will show us the results for some of these. So the first one had the range of 0.2 to 0.45. Salazar's work, 0.24 G to 0.45 G for the longer return. And then Wong, which was an international group who did this, and they looked at some of the older quaternary faults as well to use those and got a bigger number of 0.41 G. So that's the sort of thing that needs to be taken into consideration when you're thinking about building codes. I don't know whether using the quaternary faults is a good idea or not, but they are certainly there, and some of them may well, that South Coast fault, for instance, may well be active. So I think you've got to consider some of these as, well, maybe, yeah, sometimes people use a 0.3 G. Maybe it's not enough. I'm not that way inclined to say these things, but I think it's something that we have to be aware of when we're looking at these things. Now, that's basically for good rocks. So the white limestone, nice good rock, build on that. It's going to shake when an earthquake goes in. Probably not going to do too many other dangerous things. I mean, if we've got some big blocks sitting on the edge of a precipice, they might fall off or something like that, but it's generally stable. Then you come to a lot of this older volcanic stuff and clays and shales and things, and they're not that bad in terms of building. But of course, if they're very wet and you get a big earthquake, landslides, lots and lots of landslides. Same thing happens, of course, if you get a hurricane going by. If you get a hurricane and an earthquake at the same time, it's the worst scenario, because then everything's wet, and it shakes, and you can really have a big problem. And that's where you get places cut off very easily. So that's a problem in that sort of area. So I think people remember the Gordontown landslide failure, well, a couple of years ago, when that was heavy rain. It wasn't a hurricane, it was heavy rain, but a system went through. And that was actually hard rock. It was quite hard rock. It's just that it's joints that failed. They got waterlogged. It failed sufficiently to actually come off. And then, of course, you get the alluvium. And the alluvium is the softer sands and the clays. And that's where the problem comes in, because that basically amplifies the seismic waves. And if you amplify the seismic waves, it's going to damage buildings more. As well as we've seen, it might liquefy the actual sediments, and your buildings might fall into them. So there's a whole range of important things that alluvium isn't good for. So we can do studies. We can do microseismic studies, and the microseismic studies is for Kingston, and you can see the difference. Salazar again, Walter did this, and you can see the changes that go across in here. And as well as amplification, there's also a change in the frequency of the actual seismic waves, because they slow down, and therefore the actual frequency decreases. And it gets actually. Okay, yeah. So it's very important that you basically know the frequency of your buildings. Because if your buildings actually have a natural frequency, it's just the same as the frequency that the seismic waves are going to come in there, the energy is going to be transported to the actual buildings. And they're going to shake uncontrollably and they'll fall down. Often things like parking areas underneath them, because there isn't the strength in there, those are the bits that get flattened out first. So there's a lot of important aspects to basically earthquake design of buildings. It's not my speciality. I'm the geologist. I understand the geology side of things. I leave it up to other people to understand these other things. But I think it's very important that people are aware of these sorts of things and they understand why we have problems in different places. Now, you saw before that all those little earthquakes were concentrated around Kingston. So the flat areas of Kingston are in the wrong place to build a big city. That's life. That's life, okay? And where's all the infrastructure? All the infrastructure's in Kingston. Okay, where are your barracks? Either Kingston or where else? Up the top of a mountain where it's going to get blocked off by landslides. Where are your fire stations? Where are your hospitals? Right, most of these things are built in the places you don't really want to build them. So what the ideal thing is, well, you can't just go knock them all down now, but the ideal thing would be to, as you run out and you design new buildings, or when you design the new ones, you look for safer places to put them. Okay, so you put them on the limestone where they're not going to have such a big problem. So I think the future design of things is very important as you go forward and trying to design the country for earthquakes. Okay, I think, and I go back to the faults again, and that just shows the faults. But if you look at it, you can see that actually many of the buildings are on the flat ground around the country. The bigger cities are generally on the flat ground. The big exceptions probably are Mandeville. Mandeville's mainly on the limestone. But I think it's something that we have to think about as we go forward. Not just how we build, but where we build. I think it's an important aspect. Okay, I think we're nearly at the end. Yeah, so some conclusions. We will have a large earthquake. That is the first thing, okay? Now, hopefully it's on my sort of time scale, a geological time scale, and not on a lifetime scale, okay? But we will have one. 1907, okay. 1692, well, there's a good amount of times between them. But then again, if you think about it, they had two in Turkey right next to each other. And then we've had two in Haiti close together. So don't think that, oh, it's 100 years, it's 100 years to the next one. It doesn't work like that. Just because one fault plane has moved doesn't mean it's not going to move again. The seismics, microseismic, macroseismics, these are very important aspects that we need to do more work on. We need to have more work that is done so that we can actually characterize what we need to know in terms of actually engineering design at the end of the day. The side effects one, but it depends how thick your alluvium is. It depends exactly what it's made of. All of these things. So you need to go in and find these sort of things out. So the future is actually doing surveys to understand these things, to inform the engineers how they're going to design and build for the future, so that when number one actually does happen, hopefully the buildings don't fall down. And also, of course, to learn from the places elsewhere. There are plenty of other places which have more earthquakes. Japan, obviously, California. So they know how to build. You don't have to, invent the wheel again. Learn from how other people go. And unfortunately, learn from Turkey. It tells us a lot. Maybe they've got good building codes, but application, monitoring, all of these things are equally important. You can design the most perfect building, but if they don't build it properly, it's not going to survive. Anyway, so thank you for listening, and thank you very much for inviting me.
Thanks, Prof. Very good. You managed to keep us awake. I think that's the big achievement here. But yes, thank you very much, Prof. I'm sure there are questions. Oh, afterwards, great. All right, good. All right, so thank you very much. Excellent presentation. And we're just going to save some time by going straight into a panel discussion. Yes, all right, so Shaki, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you today Mr. Peter Jervis. Mr. Jervis has 38 years of experience as a civil engineer. He is a graduate of the University of West Indies, St. Augustine, Trinidad, where he received his bachelor's in civil engineering, and the University of Toronto with a Master of Engineering in Structural. His work experience started as an apprentice with the Ministry of Construction and the Public Works Department, serving in the architectural, quantity surveying, land surveying, and material testing departments. He later worked as a structural engineer after graduating and was engaged in the design and construction monitoring of various public buildings, including courthouses, post offices, motor vehicle examination depots, and many others. After leaving the PWD, he worked on various projects, such as establishing a central concrete batching and supply service, housing development and construction projects, which involved the design of casting yards, panel production and direction, planning, and labor administration. Since the establishment of Peter Jervis and Associates, over 800 projects have been done in almost every category of structural engineering, as well as civil design projects. Some major projects to mention are the Norman Manley International Airport expansion, the Marat Hotel 12-story Haiti, Wisinko Distribution Center, Basic Medical Supplies Complex at UWI, Jamaica Grand Moon Palace, and the Guardian Life Building. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to warmly welcome our final speaker for today, Mr. Peter Jervis.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to update that thing. I think I'm about 40 odd years into it now. Do I have I don't. Oh, technical? What am I to do? Anything for screen? I kicked out the screen. Okay, well, just to start talking about it anyway, I prepared my delivery in a simple documentary way, not with the flair and style of what we are enjoying. It's coming up. Yes, thanks. But essentially my declared heading in respect to what I should be speaking about has changed a bit. I really was more wanting to enable and support your common sense understanding of seismic design and construction and what's important and how these things, I want to move them from the realm of emotional engineering to real process design. Thank you. Okay. Actually, my first page would have described much of what was just said in a few lines, to the extent that we are on the northern ridge of a tectonic fault line running from Belize all the way to Antigua. To remind you also that Antigua, or just off of Barbuda and Antigua, they had little 4.6s, I think 3 weeks apart. I don't know if those came up on our monitoring screen. I wondered, I stepped out a bit when the person from Haiti was speaking, but he didn't mention the Jeremy earthquake of 2 years ago, which was equally significant. And I was more sensitive to it, having done a building in Port-au-Prince in 2014, and I was very keen on knowing if it remained. But more on that later. So these events are running on the scale of 5, but then years ago we had 6s and 7s in Haiti. So just to support what the previous speaker said, be on standby. It's not over yet. Yes, you can scroll up so we see the bottom. Right. Seismic structural analysis and design for buildings involves the use of engineering applications and techniques to ensure that a building can withstand seismic events. The design process involves consideration of the following factors: the building's height, weight and shape, soil type, very big thing, its location, which also reads back to soil type, intensity, and the duration of events, which is where the seismic unit gives us some base information. The most important requirement is selecting the building's lateral load resisting system. The international codes gives us no choice. We are given a list of maybe 50 building types. And building types, I would like to run ahead at this point so I can leap over more dull information. Can you go to page 6? Scroll up to page 6 quickly, and then we come back. Okay. We are, because of our seismic zone and our intensity, all our buildings fall under the category D. This line. You know a pointer. Okay. Scroll up. So you will see NP means not permitted, and you will see maybe 40, which means no more than 40 feet. And at last, the number 1, we can go to 160 feet. So we are confined to falling within that category D list of permissible buildings. Scroll up. We have a few 65 feet opportunities here with lightweight buildings. And light frame shear wall, we can go to 35 feet. 160 feet for another class, and so on. So we go to the next page. Some more. Now these are more in our territory because we do a lot of reinforced concrete work. Continuing up, go up some more, sorry. A lot of NPs, however. Now this is where most of our bigger buildings that I have been involved with fall into that category. But we have to go to the next page. Oh, I've run out of pages. Okay, fine. So by right, you can go back to page 2 now, page 3. We are obliged to use buildings that fall into these types. The lady from Turkey told us about hybrid buildings where you have all different types that blend into one structure, which
prevented them from doing a good analysis. It's just for this reason. They too have this prescription that your building must fall within a type. Now, moving on to the starting point for designing for structural, you can go up now to this diagram. No, that's a lot of talk. Okay, here we go. We were just talking about the characteristic accelerations for parts of Jamaica. This is I've been told, an older map, or a map which will soon be superseded by more concise values. But as you see, Kingston is 50 for the high frequency range of ground accelerations. So for a period of 0.2 seconds, your baseline acceleration for Kingston is 50 or 0.5 G, 50% of G. The lower diagram, go up a little. And this is for the 1 second frequency sort of band. It's in the 20s, 24, 25, 0.25 G. So these are our starting points for determining earthquake loads. There's no other path being permitted to determine earthquake loads. We then take these values, you can scroll up, and we try to see what the soil effect is on these values. So we multiply those values by these soil characteristic factors. So for high frequency soil type E, which is loamy, clay, probably with water in it and so on. Black River, no, maybe that's F. But anyway, down Lower Kingston would be a class E. For your high frequency, we're applying a factor of 2.4. As you said, sometimes it doubles, the soil effect doubles the accelerations. This is where we get a chance to apply that. B is basically the baseline, which is good rock, bedrock, fairly firm rock. I don't know what kind of rock A would be, but they do allow for even a harder rock, I'm sure. C is gravelly, semi-solid, young marl, and very firm ground. D is the most common for Kingston, in my view. We are actually given these by the geotechnical engineers who have the authority to tell us which class of soil they have unearthed. But to some extent, we can judge it as well. So we apply these to the little accelerations that we got from the map, and then we go up. Then, well, this is what you call the spectrum of, let's call it distribution of energy of an earthquake. Our two starting points taken from the map would be somewhere by the 0.6 there at 0. Well, up to 0.25 frequency. So the acceleration response is at 0.4, 0.5, but and on the 1 second we're going back down again. But because of the what is it called, a statistical history of earthquake accelerations within frequencies, an earthquake is a whole collection of different movements, all embodied in one overall event. You see that it peaks between 0.2 and 0.5, because there's also the resonant contributed by soil, and also we go up further a little more. We have to also take into account the natural frequency of the building, starting with a rough estimate, and its floor-to-floor mass. All of these things, we come together to determine the static, not static equivalent, but the base shear coefficient, which we then apply in our dynamic analyses, or we apply to the weight of the building and manually sort of distribute equivalent lateral loads to each floor based on its mass and its height from the ground. So we have to do a sort of a customized determination of seismic loads depending on the location and the building and its natural frequency and so on. So it's not just saying 20% lateral and move on, because it can range from 5% to as high as 25%. Okay, continue up now. So we go through this again. So this describes the type of building types that we're, but stop anywhere, that's fine. For qualified building type, let us take number 2, steel special truss moment frame. Yeah, let's just stay here. You will see that it is a preferred type of building, 160, allowable height. And you will see that the response modification factor, which is a reward that you are given for using this type of building, you will be dividing your determined accelerations by 7. And the top one is even better. The top one, steel special moment frames, has no limit. Those you can go to the 40th floor and wherever else. And you get a reward, I call it a reward of 8. You can divide your design base share by 8. So this is a reduction factor that you're allowed, but you have to stick to the rules required for that building. Can I go up to the heading again? Let's drift down a little stuff. Yes. Okay. So response modification coefficient is a divisor. It makes your design loads less because you're now going to build your building according to ASC 7 section where detailed requirements are. You have to stick to that meticulously or your building will not qualify. And you'll be found out sooner or later. Conversely on that as well is the amplification factor. That is a factor you apply to any displacements you have determined to give it some oversway. So you actually, when you do a seismic design of a building, you're limited by, 0.15 of the height of plumb. So P delta effects don't mash up. So to determine your sway, analysis will give you a particular nice little figure. But for separation from other structures and any other movement sensitive components like curtain wall glass, the squareness of your door frames and other things that can go parallelogram on you if you sway too much, you have to multiply it by that. So if you find that when you multiply by that, it's way too much, you have to go and stiffen up the building and try and bring it back. So that's a good thing about dynamic analysis. You can iteratively tune your building. Add on an extra 4 inches on a column size, add on an extra 2 feet on a shear wall, and watch it come back into good behavior. Because buildings in the dynamic analysis will sway this way, sway that way, twist this way, actually torsionally rotate. Depending on how tall it is, you will get saw blade kind of wobble, or you might get a S-shape kind of deformation. All of these have contributing values to your design outcome, but it's the highest values come from the mode shapes that closely match your natural frequency. there's this thing about the amplification of your displacements because of resonance. It happens in most taller buildings. Short buildings, it's like 0.1. It will never match anything. But as you get taller and taller, the building can catch a beat that matches the ground movement and really kind of get wild. Dynamic analysis pinpoints this place for you so you can grab it. So this is the core basis to start your earthquake design. I haven't stuck to script, but I find it more useful to just jump around. But you will have this document if you get the proceeds in its simple form. Yes, we can move up. Whatever I missed, I missed. Keep on going. All right, just to say, the tables are extracts from the ASC 7 that describe some of the lateral resisting systems and building types. Buildings in Jamaica fall under the seismic design category D. No matter how we twist and bend it, there's a limiting acceleration, SDS value, that we always seem to go above, which puts us into D. I'm sure if we did some big building in Black River, we might get up to E, because that soil thing will drive you right off the charts, because you're going to be getting a lot of resonance, and the soil just is too close to, you know, our natural frequencies and so on. Okay, so we're going to say the response modification coefficient is a divisor that has the most influence on the design loads. And the higher value is better because it reduces your design load. Okay, continue. In essence, the design loads are not fixed proportionately, not a fixed proportion of the building weight, and will vary from 0.5 to 0.25 depending on the suitability of all the conditions outlined above. 0.25 is almost a accepted cutoff. So if you want to just jump right in, you can use 0.25 for pretty well, you know, your simple building base shear coefficient, which is, you know, quarter of the building weight being thrown at it sideways. Okay. Let me just read through this quickly. That's it. That's the starting point. Go down a little. Down. Yeah, lower the eyes. Thank you. Stop then. All right. The old convention. Now we're coming from the 70s. That's where my first curiosity about seismic began. And it was, you know, CP 114, very basic British codes that I came out of St. Augustine with. Seismic was simply this. We refer to seismic zones 1 to 4. Jamaica was 3. And we still carry this habit of asking what seismic zone we're in and how much Richter we can take, which is a very subjective, and it's something I can decide practically nowadays, given all the elements that we can bring to bear in working out our seismic design. Extreme survival is determined by the importance factor. So we don't go doubling up our acceleration because we're afraid. The buildings that are important are assigned by the codes an importance value. So the police station ideally should be 1.5. Airport, anything core essential. They really came up with it for nuclear plants, but you know, a police station is almost as important as a nuclear plant to us in a crisis. So this is how we decide how much more expensive or strong a building must be. We don't tamper with the prior stage of our determination. Seismic load is brought into the analysis and design through the base shear coefficient. That is derived with all the factors above. as earthquakes only deliver ground motion to a building with no direct contact with the superstructure. Again, colloquially, we kind of worry about earthquakes because pushing the building over. It doesn't really ever impact. It comes in at the ground, and the ground has to move the building along. We can breeze through the section. I'm just giving you so you could feel. I refer to the lateral force of a 30 by 30 first floor slab as being 13,500 pounds or 3 Prados. Now, you have all tried to push a SUV. Nothing moves. The ground throws it there and back in half a second. So you see what you're dealing with, a brute, and to expect little spindly columns to be doing that for you is a tall ask, but it's good to get a feel of the mass and power you're dealing with. So basically to say the mass has to be moved back and forth with some vertical bouncing, innumerable and unpredictable times in an event. If this can be reduced with lightweight flooring and walls, seismic stresses would also go down at equivalent rate. There's no need for all this heavy concrete. That was a legacy of the old strength approach to seismic design. You just made everything big. But it worked against you because it is this inertial reaction mass that you are trying to move around and follow the ground. And it's not easy. So that's why we have particular types of buildings with particular rules to do a proper seismic design. Yeah, carry on. Okay. I guess you have seen enough of these for the day, but anyway, an online search for images of seismic damage to buildings would bring up more instances of column and wall failure at ground floor level than any other type of collapse. We can scroll slowly, see? Ground floor gone. It may have had a lobby, which probably was just block work or a stud frame, who knows? But these little things, columns, is now being asked to drag a big blob back and forth, very rapid. My hand can't even simulate the kind of vibrations you have to put up with, and a few bangers. So they die. Your ground floor, if not fully part of your lateral load resisting system, it's where you get the failure. The key things is you start losing your columns if your stirrups are too far apart. Concrete works in compression, but if it's not there, you lose your column. So this is what happens. People start losing their ground floor columns, and the superstructure holds well, but just tips over, and that's collapse. So where I'm going to is to say that your columns must be preserved at all costs, at all architectural cost. Just thought I'd emphasize that. At all parking spaces costs, at all curtain wall windows and tall lobbies cost. That's for wood frame buildings that have no mass, or for, I can't imagine where has no seismic these days. Everywhere is turning up. Trinidad, everywhere is all seismic now. And if you do enough fracking, you'll get seismic in Minnesota. But these are examples of our primary caution. The catalyst for collapse and general destruction of buildings is at the level of arrival of ground motion. It's coming in, and all of that has to follow. It can't do it if it doesn't have the wherewithal. So the essential provisions for seismic detailing consists of these basic rules. And go up a little. All right, pause. Ordinary masonry walls are not part of a lateral load-bearing system. There must be structural members that are detailed for ductility framing, framing the masonry panels, and also have special shear walls in both directions. Now, ductility. Ductility is the ability to go back and forth a few times. Well, all earthquakes are doing that. You're going to be going back and forth. So you have to be able to weather the flexing. You don't need immense strength. You just need ductility. Now that is derived primarily in reinforced concrete with stirrups. If the concrete is hugged up and it can't drop out, even if it's crumbled, you will survive. But let me continue. Foundation reinforcement for columns and walls must have a top mat in the pads, in the rafts, and the pile caps for uplift resistance. When a building is being pulled, this wants to come out of ground. So sometimes the uplift on the, the leading side is equal to the compression on the compression side, if the building isn't too heavy. Dead weight sometimes can't compete with the uplift forces, primarily at the tips of shear walls, which are your primary means of transporting motion up through the building. Okay. Columns and wall starter bars must extend to at least half the story height. We had a tradition of having starter bars that stop there, above the footing. And then we have a splice just above the footing, right where ground motion enters. Now, how a splice works? The tension in the receiving bar goes out into the concrete and then grabs on to the delivering bar. That's how a splice works. That's why you have lap lengths, and then you have extra lap lengths. You have type A and class B. If you're operating at 20% capacity stress, you can use a class A lap. If you're operating at more, you have to use a class B lap, which is like 57 times the diameter when we're accustomed to 30 and 40 and so on. So we shouldn't have splices at the arrival point of ground motion trying to push a slouchy building that is not prepared to move, or you will lose your columns. So we have a bad history of that. To add further, where you have the splices, because of the extreme stress in that concrete during the transfer of stress from one bar to the concrete to the other bar, because twitching wire can't transfer anything. And that's all we seem to expect the splice to hold with. It all goes into the concrete. So the concrete needs very close stirrups so that when it starts to shatter, it can't get away. Unconfined concrete will go. In a lot of the seismic things, you'll see the whole shell, all the cover gone, but the column is working because all you're seeing is this grillage of stirrups, and concrete has remained. Okay, so this is an illustration. Stirrups at splices and joints shall be at spacing less than quarter the smaller column dimension. So if you're having a 12 by 20, your stirrups are going to be at 3 inches. Okay, you're picking the 12, dividing it by 4. Yeah, so stirrups are going to be like an irritation to the steel man. But what's more irritating is our biggest, most dangerous omission is that for years, we have been having columns and beams connected without any stirrups confining that connection. They stop the stirrups way below the joint, push in the steel cage, and continue the stirrups after. That beam can now pull out all the concrete because they have this big crank on the end of the beam steel in the back of your column. And then we always put a lot of extra support, over support steel. So now the beam is stronger than the column. So it pulls out all your concrete. So in Class D building design, you have to design your joints. We will accommodate a column with 4 beams, so it's confined. There's no open side. Corner L column beam is the worst. That has to be all wrapped up with stirrups, or that beam will cut the column, and then you lose. You start losing them. It's in all the pictures that you will see. So this is something that has been neglected and overlooked and resisted for years. Maybe at this point I should give you some background. Up to 1977, I shouldn't have been alive then, but there you are. I used to accept the old steel ways, but we were only doing low little buildings and little things. When I went to Canada and did postgrad, my earthquake seismic design professor was S. Mike Uzumeri from where? Turkey. And his personality was much like the lady. They had a very relaxed way of imparting serious things. So we learned quickly all about ductility, joint confinement. In fact, the U of T lab was doing actual model column beam intersection testing. So I got immersed in that. And when I came back here, every contractor said, what kind of foolishness is that? Me not do it. Because, and they were using quarter wire stirrup still, which is, just a heavier binding wire. And they were sticking to it. So it was a big fight. I think the first building to have this sort of detailing was the Churches Credit Union building in Crossroads. That was one of my first. But it was a fight. It was a learning game. And it was forever that way for years and years and years till we got out of the old order of thinking. So we can roll up. All columns with unconfined 2 or 3 connections shall have stirrups within the joint. As a general rule, the beams should be less rigid than the columns. This is to ensure that the beam fails without damaging the column. Nothing wrong with a beam going all plastic out there. It's not going to drop the building. The slab will start, and depending on how long the beam span is, it's neither here nor there. So oftentimes in more complex buildings, you can create a hinge in your beam by having very little diameter over. You'll see, 3 25mm bars coming up to the column, and we just drop down to 3 16mm for the connection. So because we're not killing the column, and we don't have to rely on the fixity of that beam necessarily. So you can actually design in safety, let's call them fuses for your columns. Yes? Up. Continue. Okay. That is, you can go up a little more. Right, progressive collapse. That's what happens when you start losing your columns. Progressive collapse occurs when a vertical member fails completely, setting up a stack failure due to falling slabs, impacting and accumulating mass on the lower slabs. And it just bangs its way right down. In the earliest Haiti reports, I think they probably concealed them after a while. I saw a study done by a dam rep engineer. Many schools flattened right down. Another thing from Haiti was that most of the people on the roads died because of boundary walls. And most of the rescue couldn't happen because of boundary walls. In Haiti, the security, everybody has 12-foot high boundary walls. And it probably has a number 8 8mm bar as the main bar, every fourth pocket. And, they'll butter up the blocks. So all of those fell and got the bend. Every street is lined by vendors in Port-au-Prince. Every inch is lined by vendors. And those walls came down, killed the vendors, and blocked the roads for years. When I got there in 2012, we still had to go over mounds and around and up and down on main roads. And big roads went up to Pétionville, not even back roads. Those you couldn't bother go. But that's an aside. I saw that in the reports. It happened a lot because of weak column construction. Strong column is a bare minimum for Class D, Group D types of structures. So that's what happens. These are critical design and assessment points to look out for, as a current trend in having parking at the ground and basement levels have tended to force substructure grid dimensions that are not complementary with the residential size units. So what I've been seeing here and there are beautifully framed parking levels and then a platform, and then the residential level sort of spring up off of the platform with no links to the ground. No continuity of shear walls because it gets in the way of 2 more parking spots. And you can't get any in this direction because the stair don't come down there. And we have been having very forceful architectural stresses for this type of design, which is completely untenable because it's residential, for one. And it's not structurally doable. It's not sensible, The thing is, shear walls have to start from deep in the ground. In fact, deeper than your columns, because the shear wall we have framing systems where 25% of the lateral is in the beam and columns, but 75% is in the shear walls. So if the shear walls can't stay in the ground without rooting out, it can't transfer the building motion. So the buildings start to pull up because the arrival point, the narrow footings of what you would call default accidental shear walls just slice through the soil and the soil gone and the wall is still there and everything fall up. So we have had, I've seen evidence of great seismic opportunity for damage. Which brings me to the next point. All right. The ductility provision in detailing took prominence in the mid-70s. Innocently, we were not thinking of it, and it was not part of a curriculum up to the mid-70s. I ran into it, fortunately, in the post-grad level, not even undergrad. But fortunately, we had, when you do a postgrad, you kind of adopt the codes of your host and the neighbor's codes. So I quickly dispatched all my British codes and our KSAC White Book, which was a Jamaican code, National Building Code of Jamaica, 1983 draft. And it remained, it remained draft until we started discussions with IBC. So innocently, we have got ourselves into a corner. 5 minutes. All right. I think you know what's coming, but anyway, as we were tied to the British code up and through that period, there was little awareness in the building industry and a strength approach to lateral load resistance prevailed. There are many buildings with quarter wire stirrups and starter bars that just project from the top of footings. Most of our older, now this is a consolation, most of our older residential single and multifamily properties are not more than 2 floors high and generally built according to our conservative traditional belt and stiffener system. Now, we stopped building with NOG in the late 50s. It must have been the same 57 earthquake that said, all right, let's go more into CMU. We then went conservatively, perhaps Public Works, drove the standard of having block work. But then even a cupboard had foundations and belt beam, and everything was built of block. And those, Havendale, Meadowbrook, Hope Pastures, all of these late mid-60s construction was generously done, very generously done. So there's no concern with them. A second wave, we had the Wiccan type panels that were welded together, precast and welded together, which by virtue of the integral ground floor and the concrete roof slab, they hold well. Just that a lot of them, the wells are rusting now. Then we move to, which I'm so happy about, the cast in place housing. You can't do better than that. It has no joints, everything is bond perpendicular, everybody's a concrete wall, whether it's 3-inch, 4-inch, but still eminently competent. The weakness comes about in all domestic situations when you add on an upstairs and you drop the walls on the edge of the old cantilever and you knock out a big section of slab to put a stair. Your building starts to get structurally porous. So we can't vouch or, we can't stand behind a lot of those. But generally our housing stock is not bad. You can't get anything good on, unregistered land because, there's no ability to pass it. So there's no certainty of tenure. So our 700,000 of informal homes on unregistered land is our tragedy waiting to happen. Because those are just barely caught together. Sometimes they don't even want to butter the blocks because they might have to move and take it. So it's just a shape being occupied. So we have that problem, but that goes for hurricanes more than actual earthquakes. But as I wrap up, let me just go to the last section. Condition assessment. I know you all want to hear this one. Insurers and corporate occupants are now aware of the seismic risk and often require a building assessment and engineers recertification prior to occupancy. So just when you thought you got away with a slapdash building, you can't get no tenants because they have wisened up. The record of construction are not always available or insufficient to determine the structural content. So an evaluation has to be done by first doing close visual and non-destructive testing. First port of call, look for cracks and Schmidt hammer and do all the little things. An analytical model, beam column slab model is done using the existing concrete sizes because that's all you can be sure of, a particular massiveness. And you test for sway without applying that deflection amplification factor, just raw basic sway and see where it falls. It's best to use dynamic analysis software that decays your moment of inertia. In other words, it simulates a crack. And it does that in about 3 stages as it goes through the different displacement analyses and to work out the reducing stiffness and the resulting stresses and so on from a weakening structure. I mean, that's what all our dynamic analyses do for us as well, because concrete cannot take tension. So don't expect it to be a full element of your moment of inertia of a member, because you lose half height in particular forms of rotation and flexure. So, right. If this falls within the allowable limit, further and more exploratory testing is done. You can X-ray and to see where the stirrups are and how many bars are on the edge of the shear wall and so on. If the sway exceeds the allowable limit, an entire lateral system has to be superimposed on and within the building by way of additional shear walls, steel frame bracing, and combinations of that. We can easily put in shear competent frameworks with steel. You can do X-framing. If you have no space inside, you build outside and put a sign on it, or or you double cast existing walls and take them right up to where you need them. But you can retrofit buildings quite easily. It's just the analysis to know what you should do. As someone was saying, I think the lady from Turkey says, don't be knocking down everything, because you can retrofit and restore its full integrity for all earthquake purposes. But then more complex procedures may be required for some buildings, and that is directed in the ACI 369. Well, they might have an older version, but 22. Seismic evaluation and retrofit of existing concrete buildings. It's a big industry now. Education. This is why you're rushing me. The curriculum at UWI and CAST. I just wanted to date myself. So I said CAST. So it's not here. No, CAST. Somewhere else. For structural engineering, presented seismic to an introductory level, and functional knowledge is only available at postgrad. There is no place for structural design that does not meet category D requirements. So why bother even learn the basics? Go straight to category D rules and content. Don't even bother talk about C or B or A. It is basic. Just a little poke. So conversely, PERB may have to limit the designation of structural engineer to applicants that can show a working knowledge of seismic design and detailing. So this last section are my remedies to your concerns and anxieties. That's why I had to get to the end. You're welcome.
Put your hands together again for Mr. Jarvis. Boy, I was saying to my colleague there, boy, you can't pay for this, all right, very good presentation. We shall do the proceedings for these events, and we may have to sell it. Right. So time is against us. We're going to just rush straight, forgive my language, but we're just going to go straight into our panel discussion, and forgive me, we may have to curtail the discussion a bit. Well, more than a bit at this point. I'm going to call up the panelists at this time, Mr. Peter Jarvis, Ms. Michelle Edwards, Mr. Kevin Tanku, Mr. Omar Sweeney, Mrs. Colette Robert Risden had to leave. She gave her apologies. She had some engagement that would have been at this time. And Mr. Ogilvy and Mr. Martin. Yes. Yes, so that's Mr. Martin is the Assistant Commissioner of the Fire Brigade, the Jamaica Fire Brigade. All right, good. So thank you very much, panelists, for being here today, because there are some time constraint issues here. I'm just going to jump. You've all been here from morning, and let me sincerest apologies for the delay and for having you out here until this time. And the promise is that we will get you out here in before the next 30 minutes. Right. So I have some questions here, but for each of the panelists, I'll ask a single question. And if there is a follow-up feedback, I'm going to ask the rest of the panelists to be very succinct and very sharp and pointed in any follow-up responses. And if there are questions, I'm going to ask the audience to do the same, right? And forgive me, I also skip out the biographic information as well. And as we go to each panelist, each member of the panel, I'm going to ask to just quickly say something about where you are, which entity you're representing. Right. Okay, so Mr. Jervis, this is for you, right? And well, it's not deliberate, it's here, right? So we have building codes that are in place, right? These building codes represent both current and pre-existing scenarios to date. I guess the question is asking, how is it that we police the enforcement of the building codes? And if there's a breach, how it is that the authorities will identify the breach of same?
Right. No, I'm saying, it's always a rush and everybody wants something fast. And it's a big, big press and bank waiting and subdivision court date set. And so it's always breakneck.
Yes.
I'm so grateful for Mr. Martin. He's the only place that they stop and wait for a little. Thank you, sir. I'm also grateful that he gives us the means of escape. Gives us the best form of escape in an earthquake is follow the fire route.
Right.
Exactly. And we can assure you that the rules of engineering and Class D buildings, the staircase must be the last thing standing so everybody can get out. So expediency is what causes misadventure. And the more and more the purchaser or the tenant or the leaseholder demands engineering verification and somebody signing it, the more everybody will shape up. If after you develop something, it can't sell, okay? Everybody asking for something you don't have, you're going to be sure to have it for the next one. Right. But to try and hammer away at the system, we have been trying it for 40 years. And it remains as prosperous as it has always been. So we have to let the purchaser do it for us. It works every time. It happened to me in Haiti.
But given the kind of market situation that we're in, I mean, there's also the rush to get those properties. Nobody's stopping to do the due diligence. Who is the engineer? How is the building certified, and so on. So do you think we should really leave it up to the purchaser?
Well, the insurers then.
The insurers.
That's a must, somewhere along the way. And they had been speaking to me from right after Gilbert about this whole insurance certification before they accept a contract. And I don't know, it kind of fell away. People migrated. That move and shake disappeared, and it got quiet again. But that's the only way. You have to choke them off at the dead end. If you can't sell, the bank wins.
Right.
And you sit down with this.
So, Mr. Martin, how does the fire brigade treat with that matter in particular?
The building code that was passed in 2019, which is the 2018 building code, the building act, it now makes reference to an occupancy certificate. So it means that when you construct a building, before they are allowed to be connected to the public service systems like JPS, National Water Commission, they should present occupancy certificate, which is saying that the building was built in accordance with the provisional approval that was given. So the new building act would have made provision for that to negate some of what you're talking about. So now you find that you can't get a title for an apartment complex unless you present an occupancy certificate, which is once the construction is finished, it must be inspected and there must be a certification to say that the building was built according to the provisional approval that was given. So that is what is in place now. Before, there was no system.
Great, thank you very much. Good. Anybody else want to weigh in on that matter? Yes. Well, anybody wants to take that?
All right. So, well, you know that they say that Jamaica is a country full of that system. However, how it works. So basically, no, the fire department is responsible for making the occupancy certificate available to the client, which is based on an inspection. So what you find, while the municipal corporation approve the construction, is a different entity that give you the occupancy certificate. So during the construction phase, the municipal corporation play the primary role of the enforcer, and they have the right to stop the work at any time. And they can, by issuing enforcement notices or non-compliant notices, depending on what is happening during the construction phase. So once that is finished, it means now, once the building is finished constructed, then the fire department issue the occupancy certificate. So it's kind of a segregation of duties, so to speak. So you'll have to cut across two different entities, two different organizations to cheat the system. So it is more difficult to do.
It is more difficult because of that independence.
Because of the independence.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. I had a question for Engineer Jarvis. I think we saw in the presentation from the Turkish professor that bad construction practices and poor material contributed to a lot of the failures. And in Jamaica, we have a process where we inspect and then we come at the end. And the fire official is saying something similar. Now, honeycombing, lack of concrete cover is something that we seem to have taken as the norm in the industry. We just render it back out and we go. And in the absence of interim inspections and in the absence of a quality control process, how can the public, I hear you on inspection certificate, but I'm saying the inspection certificate comes post, it comes after the fact. It comes after everything is rendered and everything look good. And I wanted to know, for instance, in all the design criteria you were speaking about, what are the factors of safety that are applied within our context to accommodate for some of those deficiencies in the system?
Okay, you have a large swath of buildings that are not engineered. We can't do much for that. That is the builders, prestige. Well, I don't think it's as widespread. I mean, the NHG houses are fairly okay. The Chemtech and the Gores and New Era, you can be sure those are fine. So that's the kind of low-level engineered housing I'm aware of. I don't know that there's much that we can do about, but certainly we can't do anything about unregistered land, you know, because there's no starting point for quality in that. Anything that is substantial ought to be engineered. And it is the engineer's prerogative to see to it that it goes all good. if you have big things happening and we still don't know who the engineer is, I hope there's not too many of them. But short of the contract agreement with the contractor, they are given all the codes and standards to abide by in the specifications and the BQ. We can only rely on their self-value to do it right or to make good. But we can't choke it off, we can't cover it up fully. Yes. Yes.
Right. So I see a hand over, boy, this is getting, I see a hand over there. Yes.
Mr. Jerry, I have to say that your presentation put a little bit more.
There's a hard copy is available.
Yes, but that won't help me. For your at all, because I can't wrap my head around all of that. But one thing is sure is that we have a problem with our buildings. And I want to carry on from my colleague, Mr. Sweeney, because if we don't nip it at the bud, we're going to have problems. So the question I'm asking, do you have a body in Jamaica of your types? I don't know what they call you. Whatever it is, that's involved with the design. So you have persons, just like you have the accountants that have to subscribe to a particular ethical code. If you have that among your types that have to renew their membership, and like financiers, they have to do their fit and proper whatever. If you have that, and so the municipal corporation would have that list of persons. So when you have these high-rise buildings that you see coming up overnight in the city, that if they don't have persons who are certified by your body, then you call into question. So you have a pool of persons that subscribe to the discipline of your profession. And so we know that when a building is designed by them, then we can expect a particular level. And therefore, the next question I ask, do the municipal councils have the requisite skill sets to analyze the plans and designs of these organizations? It's a mouthful.
Yeah, no, it is. It's directed at Mr. Jervis, but I'm gonna ask Mr. Sweeney to take the first part of the question, and then Mr. Jervis to take the second part of the question. Mr. Sweeney.
Thank you. No, it's an excellent, and what we're talking about is a serious public service information topic. The Professional Engineers Registration Board has the mandate by law to ensure that anybody that puts themselves out there as an engineer has the requisite qualifications, experience, and expertise to carry out what they're doing. Okay? The public, however, still needs to understand in a buyer beware form that someone may come and be qualified as an electrical engineer. And sometimes many people in the public say, engineers are engineers are engineer. That's not the case. And in that case, we have to rely on the ethics, because I may not be as qualified as structural engineer as Mr. Jarvis, right? Somebody come to me, I have to know that I should recommend them to Mr. Jarvis, right? Otherwise, or I could say, I go and eat the food and I go and just take the job, right? When I don't have the competence. Both of us are registered as civil engineers with the registration board, right? Two different levels of competencies, okay? No. Right? So that's important. That's important. However, we do lack certain things. You mentioned inspectors at the local government level, right? We do lack other qualified contractors who we have contractors of different levels. We don't per se, outside of the NCC, we don't have per se a contractors registry, or we have licensed contractors for even private work and what their levels of competencies are. People hire contractors to do things. So once again, you rely a lot on the skill and the expertise of that engineer who has the responsibility to design the work. And that's what prompted my question, because if you say, well, the building is designed to 2.5 times the load that it is expected to carry. So if you have a diminished methodology in the construction, there is still a safety factor that will allow the building to perform. That's the answer that I would ask Engineer Jervis to elaborate on, because we know the system is not perfect. And in protecting the public now, we need to understand what are the things that are protecting us from disaster.
Okay, I wouldn't want to squander my factors of safety on the construction that are needed for the occupancy and the overload. There are degrees of bad workmanship. You have bad workmanship with poor choice of materials, and you have bad workmanship with bleeding and too much water and ugliness. The factors of safety can work with a little honeycomb. It can work with blockouts and holes, within reason. What you have to really be certain about is the concrete strength, which is the cube test results, and the integrity of the cube tester, the lab. And I wouldn't worry about steel, because the steel man is going to be sure to use as much tons as he can. So we're not allowed to short upon steel because of how construction is done. You're paid by the pound, and the steel man will use too much all the time, too much when you need one and everything, and didn't understand the drawing. But so we're not worried about steel. We're not worried about a little honeycomb. What we're worried about is 3,000 concrete where we need 6,000. And that we have a tie back with the supplier to some extent. So there are little safety spots in the most unknown of contractors that we can back them up a little bit. But I think that's the gray area. The primary contractors have a little ethics and would like to get another job. So they're going to, try to impress any client that they have. The authorities show a lot of energy and interest in my projects. I don't know if they're trying to show me up or show up, but certainly I get a lot of attention from the officers on my projects. A fair amount, they're on spot. I can't speak for other projects because I just don't know. So there are projects and there are projects. Engineering projects generally get priority attention because they want to keep our good books. And then you have the informal contractors that they're not registered with anybody, and you can't do anything there. That's
All right.
That's a gap you have to live with.
Yes. I see Miss Edwards. See Miss Edwards yearning to ask a question. So Miss Edwards, kindly go ahead. And then we're going to come to you, Miss Edwards, with some ARPM questions. So go ahead.
All right. Of course, the engineering sounds like a foreign language to me, but nonetheless, my concern is what percentage of the artisans, the construction persons are certified, especially in these additions that people put on their house in rural areas or wherever. People just put on additions on their house like that. And and so I don't know if it is Mr. Sweeney or you would be able to kind of shed some light on that, because you know, we have to look at the training that they are getting to just put on additions on their properties in that way.
I think the only certification we have and recognize is a heart training evidence. I don't think there's any governing authority or group or body for masons vis-a-vis steel men. I think we just rely on the heart certificate for their validation. Don't worry about Portmore much, because the Portmore Parish Council have been audited, rated, everything. So they're on the P's and Q's. You're not adding on a Portmore house without exhaustive analysis and design these days. So things are happening.
Things are happening.
To, you know, straighten up the operation.
But the rural areas,
Can't
yes,
say
not
much
much,
there.
not much, right. All right, okay. Yes, quickly.
To Colonel Ogilvy. Today's lectures that entice you, we wanted to learn what happened on D-Day of the shock, right? And you're the only person in this audience who landed there immediately after, because you led a contingent, a Jamaican contingent, because you're the military man. Can you just share with us what happened, what you see? Because out of even the Professor Smythe, not many, Professor Actas went in a little bit, but we wanted to hear, because that's when nearby, you know, 80, right? So we wanted to hear, what was it like? So the audience can visualize what it will be like, or what it could be like.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first of all, let me just say thank you to Professor Forbes and his team, you included here, for putting on the symposium. Certainly for a layperson like me, a non-engineer, I really feel entitled to the designation of symposium engineer when I leave here today. And for all those who remain to the bitter end,
Yes,
it has really been very informative and an education. But yes, I operated at the back end of these events in my former life. Whether it was Haiti in 2010 or even in Dominica after the Hurricane Category 5 Maria in 2017. And I can tell you, the adage of an ounce of prevention is better than a ton of cure. We've seen that today. Do not shortcut standards because they are catastrophic. You talk about boundary walls in Haiti collapsing and causing damage. We saw the pancaking images from the professor in the Turkey situation. And, you know, from a response and a relief sort of perspective, it makes life very difficult, very tenuous, very uncertain for the victims in particular. I heard the doctor from Haiti, from Turkey, speak about persons not living in their homes. No damage, no visible damage after the quake, but yet months later refusing to go back into a structure that they were unsure of. And certainly in my experience and the takeaways from this symposium today, I think if we can remember 4 C's, it might help us in how we proceed going forward. The first one is consultation. Spend the time to do the research and consult to get information that's going to give you a structure, a system, or even a response mechanism that is going to be informed. Second C would be coordination, well, communication. When I say communication, I'm speaking about the physical aspects of communication, roads,
utilities, infrastructure, telecommunications. In Haiti, I had to make a decision. There was no way you could speak to anybody unless you physically were facing them. They could have been 200 meters away. There was no telephone service, nothing. And you could not get to them because the roads were blocked. And so physical infrastructure and ICT communication infrastructure is very important. I had to give up a resupply of food and water so that Digicel could bring in equipment to restore the network. And it changed the game. It changed the entire response system. The third C is coordination. Coordination amongst response and relief agencies is critical to how quickly you're able to bring relief and response to where it is needed most. And then maybe the final C, and I'm pulling it straight from Omar's point about community, is just that, community. Everybody involved, either pre-event or post-event, needs to remember there's a community that's going to be impacted or has been impacted that has to be considered. You have to consult them, you have to defer to them to find out what the priorities are and where the urgency is needed. If you don't consider community, then you're going to be misplaced. I've seen donor agencies donate millions of dollars of equipment and supplies that sit in one place for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, because there's no coordination. And when it does go out, it goes to someone that doesn't need it as much, or it goes into the black market. And it is the community that suffers. So as much as can be done on the front end to include planning, Michelle spoke about all the preparatory work that goes into all the planning. It pays itself forward so that when there is an event, and I think we've been frightened enough by the fact that there will be, maybe not in our lifetime, but there will be a major earthquake in Jamaica again. If we adhere to some of the building codes and the planning considerations discussed today, then our future generations won't have to deal with a Haiti or a Turkey that we have seen.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. All right, this question is for Fire Chief. Especially in the inner city areas, we have high-rise buildings. Maybe those are the first buildings going up 5-6 stories in Kingston, right? Without any alternative escape routes. Most times there's a narrow staircase going up 5-6 stories. I know that there's a hazard of fire when it comes to that, but when it comes to evacuating people in an earthquake situation, does that pose a challenge? And how do you see people in those situations operating in such an event?
That has been a challenge for us in terms of just a single evacuation route, one entrance, same exit. That has been a challenge for us, because basically any basic construction requires an alternate means of escape. That is a basic rule of construction. We don't face the challenge so much now in new construction because of a system that I put in place. But in those construction, what we try to do is to sensitize persons, because even though you have one exit, persons tend to block the exit and that kind of stuff. We tend to encourage persons to have evacuation drills. We tend to have persons develop a plan so that they can actually practice that plan. So in the event of an emergency, they'll know what to do. We tend to try to have them to have assembly area where they can gather and have an head count to ensure that all persons are accounted for. The good thing about it really is based on the type of construction, primarily being concrete, it gives you time to exit a building safely because it is not combustible. So the fire will take some time. So you have enough time to get out, even though it's one. So one thing that we encourage persons to try to do is not to get panic, because most times it is really stampede, people pushing over people that get you injured. It's not really the time to get out, because based on the type of construction, you will get out. So what we try to do is sensitize. But it is an issue. We are working with the committee to address it, but in the newer construction, you're not finding those issues.
It was mentioned earlier that at the micro level, there are drills are done to check on the emergency response at schools, for example. What I would like to know is at the macro level, what is done to check on the robustness of the emergency response system that we have? I know that we had the COVID-19 period where some of these things were done, practice, and see how it was done, but there was no physical obstruction. So it's a different kind of response system that was triggered. But this we're talking about an earthquake. Is there a check that can be done?
Right. So currently, no, most businesses in Jamaica have an emergency disaster management plan. And most businesses these days are ISO certified and stuff. And they require for them to do an exercise, simulation exercise at some point or the other. ADPEM would have also organized some community evacuation drills. There was one that was done in New Kingston some time ago. It was done in Ola, but some time ago. So there we have been testing, but I can tell you most business places, like right now, I would have received something from a prominent chain of business places to have evacuation drill across a number of their institutions to check the readiness. And it is because of their ISO certification. So because of these issues, we are seeing more and more where businesses are putting in things in place to actually do this. So they call the fire department for support or ADPEM for support. We have been providing that support. And I can tell you for most institutions like the hospitals, infirmaries, we have been working with them to actually develop these plans and test these plans. So we are seeing people becoming more aware. Within the schools, it has become a part of the curriculum. The Ministry of Education would have sanctioned that for it to have at least one evacuation exercise per school year. Some schools try and do it once per term. The deans of discipline that have been employed in the school have been working with the fire department and other agents to get these things done. So we are becoming more aware and more proactive in those instances.
Ms. Edwards, isn't it? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
To add to Commissioner, we have an opportunity to review the policy for the Ministry of Education for schools. And so those are some of the issues that we are highlighting inside of that policy so that schools can be safe places when we have disaster events, not only the structure of the plant, but also the human resource, the human beings, and knowing what to do, when to do, and how to do what they need to do in the event of a disaster.
Is it time to mandate these kinds of preparedness activities, drills, and so on? That's one question to you, Ms. Edwards. And the second question is, do you think we are prepared enough in terms of our technology to treat with early warning signs for earthquake? And perhaps Mr. Tanko can also weigh in. And if not, what do we need to do?
Okay. In terms of today has just been phenomenal. We have been exposed and empowered to so much information today. And it tells me that we have enough to start something. We have enough information within all that happened here today for us to start making some changes. I think that in terms of developments, I'm not sure if it is actually practiced, but I think that we need to include the information that we have right now in those designs of major projects. I am not sure if it is happening. It probably is, but we need to see it more evident in what is happening in our environment. The hazard information that we have is critical. It is the foundation for any sort of actions that we need to take. And against that background, it is very important for us to know, distill that in a way, not only for the engineering type of solutions, but also for the public education type of solutions. Because you know, if Jamaica was to be exposed to what we heard today in a nice, simple way, in a song, in a jingle, in, you know, in the ways that we, you know, infuse into our culture, for example, we may be surprised at the kind of response that we get from people. And just to, you know, their alertness and their sensitivity to the fact that, yes, we live in a hazard environment. We heard from Professor that we're going to have another one, right? And that's kind of scary. But we would be more advanced if we knew what to do, when to do what we need to do, and how to do what we need to do. And so I think I just want to mention that in terms of preparedness, there is preparedness at the national level. So government has a responsibility to ensure that its citizenry, okay, is prepared, right? And we see those actions happening through the work of the emergency response personnel like the fire brigade, the JDF, you know, the training programs that being done and offered by the ODPEM in conjunction with some of our emergency responders. Of course, I'll admit that the reach needs to be even more, even greater. So, you know, ODPEM is just, how many persons in terms of technical, the technical aspect of the ODPEM, maybe about 20 or 25 technical staff, right? And the others are administrative. So you see that there needs to be other ways, and you brought up technology, right? And so that is another avenue in which we need to explore how that message gets out there, how this information gets out into the public. Because at the end of the day, we are as resilient, right, as, you know, as the smallest man in the community. And I want to touch the point of, well, parish preparedness would fall in line with national, but I also want to touch the point of personal responsibility, right? We all have, disasters will affect everyone. It knows no color, no creed, no political affiliation. You know, we have to put personal responsibility as well into the picture. We have to know, we have to have our own personal family disaster plan, know where the keys are for the grill, know how to get them, you know, because if we have an earthquake, the grill may be twisted. What is the solution? Have you thought about it? Kind of thing, you know, so it's still a lot to be done.
Yes.
But a lot is happening. And I'm very happy that, you know, we're having these discussions.
Quick question from Prof.
So I'm glad you touched on technology, and Mr. Tanru, being the earthquake unit, just thinking about the scientific method a little bit more from the perspective of the data that you have and what you have been doing with that data presently to help us inform where we are going. I don't want to say that Professor Mitchell is a Jeremiah in the room to tell us that boy, what is going to happen. So let us start putting the science to it a little bit and saying, okay, what is the data actually telling us based on what the earthquake unit is collecting? And what room is there for further feasibility studies based on the data you have collected so far? That's my question.
Okay, well, the data that we collect is a combination of, again, the simple earthquake data, which we utilize for location magnitude. That data itself is what we would then use for source parameters. So understanding exactly the fault mechanisms, how earthquakes actually occur in our region, in Jamaica, in a local context, and then understanding what are some of the probability models that you can apply to that. This is in turn what we can use for scenario planning, as well as for how we can recommend for retrofitting, for designs, for mitigation. In addition to that, strong motion data, which is something that we've only recently begun collecting island-wide. We have these installations at, like, for instance, at hospitals, on the rooftops, as well as in the free fields, so out in the open. So now we have this data that we can process to understand site-specific conditions,
Yeah.
as well as building performance for known earthquakes or for existing earthquakes. So for example, St. Thomas earthquake, April 15th, we have an installation at Princess Margaret Hospital. So that data would tell us exactly what sort of intensity or ground motion we had at that point in time. That could then be used for what we do with creating models for understanding maximum earthquakes we can experience from certain zones and how exactly we make recommendations based on site-specific conditions as well.
Okay.
So there's a range of data and type of data that we can utilize in terms of guiding the approach when it comes to mitigation, when it comes to preparedness, and how we respond, in fact.
Right, and the devil is in the data. Can I use that word? The devil is in the data as it relates to the fact that if we're talking about the structural integrity of the buildings, I'm trying to put some insight to it where if a building based on its structural integrity, we should be able to predict with time, given that integrity, if that building in another year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, subject to an earthquake of a particular magnitude, will not be able to withstand. And hence, the prediction should be telling us today that we may need to do something about that existing infrastructure, or we may need to relocate people from those particular zones to safer zones, like what I heard Dr. Smythe referring to earlier. That's just a thought, and we here at UTEC are prepared to work with all stakeholders here. I can call you all adjunct professors today. You could leave here with that title, you know. You'll work with that one, right? As one of the opportunities for recommendation on how we work together to look at a platform that assesses that risk mitigation relating to those two particular concerns.
So, one quick comment / question that I would like to make. And this is going to highlight sort of our gaps in understanding and why we need to work together in terms of geoscientific community, engineering community, disaster, you know, from all of those different MDAs as well. Who can tell me how thick the alluvium in Kingston is? We have a room full of engineers who would have worked on structures in Kingston. Who can give me an estimated depth, for instance, in downtown? Because as Prof. Mitchell would have explained, amplification is something we have to consider. And we keep on looking at Turkey, Haiti. However, our setting of Kingston itself, the capital of Jamaica, is quite similar to that of Mexico City. So I would make a recommendation that when you guys have some time, take a look at Mexico City and look at the amplification factor and how exactly that impacted buildings. So that's just food for thought, but something to consider going forward in terms of how we collaborate.
I just want to add here, Professor Thorpe spoke about collaboration. What has been happening with some of the important buildings and sensitive buildings that we have in some of the country, they're actually placing their sensors so that it can feed information to persons so that decisions can be made after probably a small shake, for example, the integrity of that building or the bridge, for example. And therefore it would inform you as to, you know, that the integrity of the building or, you know, its lifespan, if it is reduced, that kind of information. So yes, you know, we can just kind of probably work on that kind of collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, let me ask you to just put your hands together for the panelists. We would have loved to take much more from them, but we're time is against us. So I'm going to ask you to, again, thank you very much. And you may take your seats, lady and gentlemen. Thank you.
Just do the first. Give Mr.
All right, so we're moving into our prize giving section. We're just making the space clear for that. We want to recognize those who have worked very hard, had sleepless nights over this event at this time. So bear with us as we go into this session.
Just one acknowledgement. While we were here sitting and talking and just about all the age. Yeah. Again. Hello?